humans needed to be sacrificed in order to breathe life into every Middara game? Probably. I just want to play this. I want to put it on shuffle, random shuffle. The volume needs to be low so that, you know, doesn't overwhelm the voices of the people, and then especially that kind of quiet narrator. That's right, last time I had to actually go into Windows Volume Mixer, because even having it at the minimum volume that I could turn it down to on the iTunes, using iTunes, it's so bad. The problem is I have an iPhone, and the only reasonable way to get things onto my iPhone is using iTunes, and since I'm using iTunes for that, I have a bunch of music on there, and therefore I just use it to play music also, because I can, you know? Even though it fills me with a sort of curious mix of revulsion and shame, but then again, what doesn't, am I right?
Like the reluctant Apple fanboy persona.
But I don't really like Apple stuff. Look, the only reason I have an iPhone is because my mom gave it to me. It's on her plan. She pays for it. So I don't have to pay for a phone. I never would have bought an iPhone of my own volition.
Well, you know, some men are born to iPhones. Some men achieve iPhones of their own. Some men have iPhones thrust upon them.
Yes, thank you. You understand. I'm an iPhone inheritor. It's my birthright. I don't know what phone I'd buy. I don't know anything about phones. I don't really care. I don't really use it for anything. Realistically, I might not have a phone at all. I'd have some cheap ass, like, you know what I'd have? Real talk. If I wasn't receiving this phone for free from my mother, I would realistically have one of those cheap ass prepaid phones from 7-Eleven where you just pay for time ahead of time on it and don't even have a real plan. That's what I would have.
Yeah, I think there's a certain way of being online that makes you reachable without a phone.
Well,
I know you're not really concerned about being reachable.
Yeah, reachability is not a huge concern for me since I just ignore my phone when it rings anyway. And when somebody sends me a text, they're lucky to get a text back within like 48 hours. Not within, a few minutes or within an hour. But 48 hours is the turnaround for text. And I've trained people now that would, dare to try to get a hold of me. I've trained them to accept that they're not going to hear back from me for a good while, so hope nobody ever
Can
has it.
confirm. You
have an emergency? I'm not the person to put down as your emergency contact. So super spy using the disposable phones? Yeah, exactly. Or a vagabond. Well, I'm more of a vagabond. So we had just completed the mass, and we have to give back all of our items that they gave us, not counting consumables. So, our core, our weapon, even our disciplines that they gave us are basically coming off. But we get to keep anything that we found. So, like, those relics you found, you get to keep all of those. We get to keep all of our consumables. And then I'm just gonna bring some of these things down here. for shopping purposes. Here's the... Oh, no. Those weren't supposed to mix together. Well, now I've done it. Now I've done it! I've mixed all the cores and weapons, and... I've mixed the cores, weapons, and armors. Now I have to separate them out like a jackass. And now they're not stacking into an appropriate deck. Why? Oh my god.
I think some of them are face up, some of them are face down.
Just gonna throw them out there for now. We'll get it sorted out in a minute. This is some Tabletop Simulator fuckery here.
Yeah, you could just load the game again.
Yeah, literally just load the game again. You know, I mean... I don't even know how to load the game again. Oh, wait. Here we go. Loading the game again. Okay, we're back to here. I was just going to bring some of these down, but I didn't want them to stack together like that. That wasn't what I wanted. There's the cores. Because we got to buy a whole new set of gear for everybody. I mean, we can choose to buy some of the stuff that we already had if we want to, but the main sort of priorities should be getting weapons, cores, and armors for everybody. So I brought those down, and if we have extra money, we can look at the other stuff. But then there's...
Do we need to add all this gold to our stash?
Yeah, we get some gold for, we get some gold, right? So, we return the stuff. Any golden items gained during the master kept. We gained 163 gold. This, yeah, you can click that restore button now. We gained 163. I can refresh this to 0. We gained 163, plus we get 240 for our score. So, that's 403 gold is how much we have to work with. I'm going to put that over here, 403 on the adventure sheet. In addition, everyone gets 5 XP to spend, which is only going to get you 1 discipline, unfortunately, since... Realistically, we're all going to buy 1 discipline and have 2 left over, so I'm just going to put us all on 2 for now. So yeah, we each have to choose a discipline, and we have to spend that 400 gold to equip everyone. So what I like to do, I'm not going to plan out builds all the way till the end of the game or anything, but I like to get an idea of what kind of character the characters are going to be. Like, maybe pick out a few disciplines that I'm planning to take in the you know, sort of immediate future sort of thing. I just kind of go through and I pull out some from each thing that I like. Do you have any idea of, like, what kind of, you know, character build you want to go for your characters?
I didn't have anything specifically in mind. Like, I know there's some archetypes. I think, like you mentioned, the dual-wielding two-handers. I think we should have one character that does that. So if that doesn't sound interesting to you or whatnot, I could make it one of mine.
Yeah, that's a really good one. There's also another one, which is the super tank with a certain discipline that's really, really good. If you focus on building up your character's armor to a ludicrous degree, and you can do so, and then take a look at this discipline. It's called Courage Stifle. I just throwed it down here in front of Nightingale. That discipline is one of the best there are if you build up a ton of armor. Because we can get like 5 or 6 armor on a character at this point, and then you're doing like 10 or 12 damage, magic damage with that spell. Plus, you get to use your weapon die as a spellcasting upgrade. So if you have a character that's going to have a ton of armor, now normally when I'm playing alone, I make that Rook, but if you don't want to play the super tank character with Courage Stifle, I'll do that with Remy instead.
Well, yeah, and we can, I mean, if the certain characters and counter powers or natural just sort of abilities make them more likely to be one thing than another, then, you know, I don't have to control these two named characters.
That's true also. That's true.
So Nightingale, when in the past, what I have usually done is more or less kept her with what she had started with, have her go the spellcasting Kuroro route. I didn't find anything particularly interesting about it. It was just, okay, I figured she'd be the spellcaster. Was there something in assemblage that you like? Because I have never gone down that route before.
Well, I've tried the summoning route, and it's pretty good. I don't want to bother with it this time personally, but you might like it. I mean, I'm not saying like I don't like it, but you might like it. I did like it. It's just a lot of extra stuff to kind of deal with and keep track of. And your character has to be very focused on summoning to make it really effective. So I'm not going to do a summoner for either of my two characters, but there are some other disciplines in assemblage that are extremely good, even if you're not doing summoning. So let's see, like, there's one that I always get on two characters and would probably get on every single character, which is Forebode. I always get Forebode. It's an exhaust ability, so you can use it every single round. At any time, re-roll any dice except the black that you rolled or that were rolled against you.
Oh yeah, that's
just an automatic, no-brainer, super good. Two characters will always have Forebode. If you don't want any Forebode, I'll be taking all the Forebode, or you can, we can
I'll
split
just
it
take
up.
one.
Familiar is really good. It lets you pick a familiar from this little familiars deck up here, which give you a passive benefit, and also you can use them to do, like, for example, I really like one of them gives you +4 health, and you can flip it to throw a purple die of damage. One of them gives you plus movement, and you can flip it to not provoke break attacks. And anyway, the familiars are up here at the top of the screen. There's 4 of them, and oh yeah, that one's amazing. Yuxa. When you deal damage to an opponent, heal 1. And you can flip it to dodge and gain 1 SP. So that's like a passive little pet thing that you get all the time. So familiar is in assemblage, and that's a really good one. I usually end up taking a couple of those. I'm just gonna pull those out. I like to pull out all the ones that I'm actually gonna buy, so I don't have to look through the entire deck every single time. But the best one is called Fortune Telling. Oh my god, it's so good. It's only once per encounter, and it's a level 2, so we can't take it right away, but it's a level 2, once per encounter. After a figure within your SOI has rolled for any reason, choose the result of a single die.
What?
And let me tell you what that's good for. That's for the black dice. Here's what you do. You get them to try to jump over a pit. Fortune telling. You rolled a skull. You fell in. Oh, you were a monster with 150 health? You just lost 150 health. Have a good day. There's also an effect you can put on people with another spell called Condemn. And when you put Condemn on them, they have to roll the black die at the start of their turn. And if they roll a skull, they just die. So Condemn, and then you just make them roll the skull and instantly die. So fortune telling is a no-brainer for somebody.
Yeah.
And then the one that actually gives Condemn is a really good level 1, a really good level 1, because you have to take a level 1 before you can take a level 2. Where is the one that I'm thinking of? Oh, Euthanasia is the one. Euthanasia is a good spell to cast on somebody if you want to be a caster. You cast a spell 6, you inflict Wilt, which is a debuff. What does Wilt do? I forgot. It, attacks against you may add 2+2 irreducible damage and ignore resistances. Oh yeah, so that's really good. So you put a debuff on them that they take more damage from everybody. And if they're already inflicted with Wilt, you put Condemn on them. And if they're already inflicted with Condemn and Wilt, you just roll the black die. And if you roll a skull, they die. They're defeated.
Yeah. It's really, I remember it was so good that in the crawl, as soon as you can get this, the first big bad monster that you come across is immune to wilt.
Yeah, a lot of the really big bosses are immune to condemn, but they're not immune to falling in pits. So if you can shove them into a pit or because you could also, that's the other thing you can do, is you can push somebody, right? There's forced movement, and if you push them into a pit, they get to roll their conviction, but then you could make them fail their conviction check with fortune telling also. So that's another way to instant kill somebody with fortune telling. So those are the main ones out of assemblage that I think are pretty much essential.
Okay.
Familiar, fortune telling, euthanasia. Oh yeah, and banished knowledge, the haste buff. I usually get that on one character. And a lot of these, I mean, there's other ones in there that are pretty good, but these are like my top ones, I would say, for... I'm just going to grab all these and move them down here for now. Move them over here to the... How do I get these to now stack on each other? Stack on each other. Come on, people now. Stack on your brother. Everybody get together. I actually never use anything out of crew ore. I just don't like crew ore.
Okay.
I mean, if you like it, use it up. But I just never bother with it. I've looked through the crew ore disciplines and none of them really speak to me. They don't resonate with me, Tim.
I see.
I can't speak to that. What was that movie we were watching where Rob Lowe said I can't speak to that?
Are you sure it was a movie? It might have been a Parks and Rec thing.
I don't think I've seen Parks and Rec. Simple, yet the game itself is complex and has ton to it. Yeah, it's a virtual tabletop game. If you don't spend an hour putting shit in bags and in slots, are you even playing a board game? True. I mean, I'm not really much of a purist when it comes to, like, oh, this character's going to use this discipline. I tend to mix and match between the disciplines quite a bit with my characters, so...
Yeah, that's fun.
Chains of Command is really good. Under Marshall. I usually get that with whichever character is my two-hander character. You can exhaust once per round when you make an attack to give your attack reach 2 and also give you a follow-up on a star of command 3, which is where you can force them to move. That pairs nicely with the thing where you're forcing them to fail and fall in a pit. Obviously, Hammerhelm and Bladeworks are both extremely good. They're some of the best. The interesting thing about this game, in my experience, is you don't necessarily even have to go into... Oh, Gigascript. Gigascript is the king. You don't even necessarily have to go into the high-level disciplines. I mean, you certainly can, and some of them are real good, but, like, it's actually completely viable to build a character with nothing but a bunch of rank 1 disciplines, because a lot of the really, really best ones actually are rank 1. Sanctus has a lot that I like. Not only... What was the one that I just pulled out? What was that one called? I always forget what it's called. Intervention, I like to get that on at least one character. Magic Armor is good to put on the... Well, Magic Armor is just a good buff to put on people in general, but it's also good to put on the tank. So they get... Yeah, Courage Stifle's the one that I'm basically just making some mini decks for myself of ones that I think are the best. Guardian Angel's really good. Mend, I always end up taking Mend on 2 different characters. Just because an aspect is one of my favorites. Aspect is so critical. That's the one that gives you extra movement and you're not slowed down by terrain or allies. I always end up taking that on 2 characters. Same with Nirvana's Mark. Gives you more health, and at the start of your turn, every turn, you just heal 1. And then whoever I decide is like my main healer character, I generally get from the grave on them. That's like a revive if somebody falls. And then there's more good buffs and stuff, but I'm not going to pull those out yet. And then Subterfuge has some good stuff as well.
Yeah, this was the other one that I never really played around with much.
Well, there's a couple good ones in there if we want to have like a real archer character. Like if you really want to play a ranged weapon DPS specialist. I never really do that. I mean, I sometimes have a character that uses a bow, but I haven't really set anybody up as like an archery specialist. But False Idol's a pretty no-brainer level 2 one. It literally just gives you a free attack as an exhaust ability. So that one's good for any kind of character that makes attacks. Like the Shadows I like a lot on various types of characters, because it gives you an extra 2 free movement spaces which do not provoke break attacks as an exhaust action, so that's every round you can use that. I generally get that on 1 or 2 characters. And then, yeah, a lot of good ones for archery. And Quick Blow, that's the other one. Quick Blow is the other one that gives you a free attack. During the follow-up step of your attack, other than your attack made with Quick Blow, make another attack. You may choose any target, so just extra attacks. Pretty much just always good. So basically, between these 4 piles that I just made are pretty much all the disciplines that I'll probably be interested in taking for my characters, and they're ones that I also recommend that you look at least. But you can choose literally anything you want, whatever you're happy with. Make any kind of characters you want, but I'll kind of decide how to build my characters based on what sort of roles you think you're going to want to fill with your characters. Hey, Sun is here.
Hey, son.
Another thing is, like, when it comes to, like, the tanky guy, you can actually dual wield shields. A lot of people don't know.
Oh, yeah?
Although, I'm not sure if there are 2 of those shields available out the gate. I thought there were, though, because I thought I remember having 2 medium shields. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it was Warhammer and shield that gave him the extra armor. Yeah, Warhammer and shield will give you an armor from the Warhammer, an armor from the shield, right? And then if you wear a cuirass, that's 2 armor. That's 4 armor without any armor mods, and then you can get magic armor cast on you for 5. So right out the gate, you can have 5 armor and 10 damage on Courage Stifle, which is huge.
Nice. Yeah, let's do that. Honestly, bud, this sort of the like building characters like this is always my least interesting thing about these games to me. So feel free to take the lead on as much of this as you'd like.
Oh, really? You're not too into the deciding everything what you want and all that, huh?
No, no. I mean, I like the situations. I like the tactics. I like going through the encounters, but coming up with it all has never been. It's neither here nor there for me.
All right, so have you decided on Forebode for Nightingale then?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the first one I'm gonna take because it looks like it's good, but
It is really good. Um, I think I'll set up. Well, I guess I could set up Remy as the two-handed character and Zeke as the sort of healer buffer. That's exactly how I had those two set up the last time I played this. If you're gonna
okay.
go for like a caster with Nightingale, which is also what I did last time, I actually had her as a summoner, but I think she'd be better off with more just casting stuff. And then if Rook is the tank, then
Yeah.
we're pretty well set up.
Okay.
In my first playthrough, I actually set up two characters as backstabbers, but they actually nerfed backstabbing. It's not nearly as good as it used to be. So discipline-wise, with Rook, I would definitely take Courage Stifle, which you've got down there. Forebode is really good for Nightingale, or she could take Euthanasia if she wants it. Now, I mean, if you want to have, like, Gore Shot or whatever so you can cast that spell, you know, feel
No,
free to take it, but...
yeah, I think as soon as I could, I swapped it out for Euthanasia.
But then, you know, you've also got to think about, like, what kind of weapons are they going to use? I mean, for Rook, I think, like, Warhammer and Shield is pretty much the gold standard.
Yeah.
For tanking. I thought there was... I thought I had set him up with 2 shields. Maybe I didn't switch him to 2 shields until later when I got a nice other shield. I guess I must not have.
Did you do a light shield and a medium shield?
No, because, oh, the buckler does have armor on it. But, no, the buckler's not very good. I think Warhammer and Shield is better. Because you do get a point of armor from the Warhammer if you're comboing it with a Warhammer or a Shield. And it's got a better attack die. See, your dice will be 2 white with him, with these 2 weapons, which are pretty good. And then you can use white as your casting die also, because that's what Courage Stifle gives you.
Yeah.
A shield or blunt weapon. Hitting people with blunts. Hey, what's up, Smart K? Welcome back. Zeke's back from the dead, yeah. It was just a setback. With Nightingale, you've got to decide, do you want her up in melee, or do you want to give her more range stuff? Oh, there's a pretty good... The staff is pretty good. Where's the staff? What does it do? It does something awesome, and I can't remember what it does. There's only one in the weapon deck. Where is it? Magic Staff. It gives you a casting upgrade, first of all, which you're going to want a casting upgrade for sure, so... and then, when you fail to affect a target with the spell, you can exhaust to add an energy token to the card, and then when you're determining the force, you can discard those energy tokens to add to your roll. But that's not the extra good thing it does. The extra good thing it does is on the bottom. Whereas you can exhaust it and spend a stamina point before they make a conviction check, and you can add a white die of magic damage to the effect of your spell, with any spell. which is good because that's just extra magic damage.
Yeah, and they have nothing to say about it.
I mean, they still have to fail their conviction check, but, you know. So I like the staff a lot. Now, the thing is, the staff is a melee weapon, so you're not going to be able to ranged with that. So you're pretty much going to either be casting from afar or having to go into melee to hit with the staff.
Yeah, I think what I'll do is swap Forebode out for a spell that we can actually deal some damage with and focus on that at the beginning.
Yeah, I would recommend you start with Euthanasia, but you could start with Gore Shot or something else in Cruor instead if you wanted to. I mean, Euthanasia technically doesn't do damage, but if you use the ability on the staff, then it will do damage.
Well,
And,
what do you mean? It says inflict wilt and deal 6 magical damage.
oh, why am I high? Of course it does damage. Yeah, never mind. Ignore what I'm saying because I'm making shit up right now. So if you've got Forebode, Euthanasia for her, Courage Stifle for him, Zeke is going to start with Mend because somebody needs to have Mend.
Okay.
And I'm going to set him up as the healer and buffer. So basically everything I'm going to take for him is going to be a heal or a buff. His second spell that he'll take will be Magic Armor, so he can cast that barrier on everybody, including Rook, which will increase Rook's damage. But I'd rather start with Mend, just because it feels bad not to have it. And then for Remy, she'll probably stick with Hammerhelm.
It's a good one.
Unless I want to set her up as a 2-weapon fighter instead of a... No, because using Hammerhelm and then using Gigas Grip to... So I'm just going to move these basically here. That way, I've got much smaller decks to look through when it comes time to... because we're going to get more XP soon, and we're going to be able to buy a second Discipline soon.
Yeah.
And then I can just look through these small decks that I made instead of looking through all the big decks. But, again, don't feel like you have to be restricted to the things I like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll probably do some homework and take a closer look at Cruor.
Hashtag making shit up. Hey, Nox is here with an announcement. Making shit up. That's his announcement. Okay, so we gotta buy all of our gear. So we've pretty much, I think we want the Cuirass for Rook, right?
Yeah. Now, I liked his deflection core. But I don't know how much we're going to be encountering the need for him to make conviction checks.
Oh, let me look at the cores. Deflection core is not bad. Defensive core is also good for him because it gives him health and defense and a dodge.
Oh.
Ability core just gives a counter, which I don't care that much about. I mean, counters are nice, but I prefer more defensive things in general. And then there's the utility core, which it is nice to have a couple people with utility cores for those free consumables. But I think for the tank, it's more important to make him as tanky as possible.
So defense core, it sounds like, is the best option.
That's what I'd go with, but if you prefer the other one, by all means, take what you like. So I'll probably take the utility core again on Zeke. And for Remy, I would kind of like to take the other defensive core since she's... And then, I don't know, my recommendation for Nightingale would probably be to take the other utility core.
Okay.
And we have 2 of those. So we can really go hog wild with consumables, which is nice. Hog wild. Also gives a conviction upgrade, which is nice.
Yeah, right now Nightingale has 3 conviction upgrade items. Rook doesn't have any.
Yeah, we might want to redistribute some of those relics she's got.
Yeah. So yeah, like for instance, this sickle venom, she will basically never be able to use, or rarely will use. So maybe that would be
Right.
better with either Zeke or Remy.
I think I'm probably going to set Zeke up with a bow, since he's going to be the healer buffer. He's not going to really have good... I mean, it's good not to have everybody have to go into melee. So, the poison could be good for him. I would say put the Fate engine on Rook.
Okay.
Because not only will it give him a conviction upgrade, but it'll also give him that reroll of a roll against him. So if he's tanking something really scary, and it gets like a big roll where it's going to do like, 10 damage to him or whatever, he can... I mean, he has the Cure Us as well, so he's got like kind of 2 get out of trouble moves there. I mean, if we're careful about positioning and stuff, generally you can pretty much make the enemies attack who you want them to attack, right? Like, because we know exactly what they're going to do from their AI card. So yeah, now we talk about armor for Nightingale and Zeke and Remy. The shirts are really good. There's only 2 shirts. I think they're really good. I would probably take a shirt on all 3 of those characters if I had the option to.
Yeah.
But I might put a Cuirass on Remy. Does she even have a dodge? She has a dodge from defensive core. You could wear a jacket. Where's the search option on this deck? Oh, it's not a deck, it's just 1 card. Suppose I'll take a badass leather jacket for Remy.
I mean, if you think a cult shirt would be better for her. Yeah, I mean, she's not really going to have much of a counter if she's ever in a situation where she's countering Nightingale.
True. She doesn't need movement quite as much either. I do want... I'm going to put the shirt that she had before back on her, because it also gives movement. I would say you could go ahead and take the other shirt for Nightingale.
Okay.
Unless... Well, which do you think Nightingale should use? The shirt or a jacket? Or, well, Cuirass is also an option, but... Does she have any dodges? Like, any abilities that grant her dodge? She doesn't have any dodges. So she wants something that gives her a dodge. So she should really have the shirt, I think.
Okay.
Zeke doesn't have any dodges either, but I'm going to try to keep Zeke out of trouble most of the time since he's going to have a bow. I don't know, though. The jacket's not that great for him. I think he'll actually use a cuirass. Alright, so that's the jacket, the core. We got cores for everybody? We got cores for everybody. We got weapons. Well, he doesn't have a weapon. They don't have weapons technically yet. Okay, so she'll probably go with the war axe again. What other two-handers are there? The war axe is quite good, so I don't see why I would... Oh, there's also the great hammer, which automatically empowers and has a follow-up to push and inflict paralyze. The hammer's pretty good, too. There's also the halberd. No, I think I'll stick with the war axe for Remy. And I think I'll get a bow for Zeke. And then we need to sort of add up how much money we've spent on all these things so far. See how much money we have left.
It's 131.
The longbow. There's a hand crossbow. There's a regular crossbow. Oh, the regular crossbow's good because it's got armor piercing. So he's going to take a crossbow, actually. Alright, so you said 131 for Rook, and that's just for your armor, core, and weapons?
That's right.
Okay, let's see. His thing is 20, 35, 65 for Zeke, and 60 for Remy. 125 plus, you said 131?
Right.
256. So if we take 256 out of 403, we have 147 left. So now we can look at accessories. The nice thing about accessories is they, like, all these items we're going to upgrade, right? Everything we just bought, we're going to replace. Because every time we get a new tier of gear, common, uncommon, rare, there's going to be better stuff that we're going to want to replace with. But accessories are the same for all the tiers. And they just cost more money the higher tier of loot you go up. So if you buy your accessories while you're still on the lowest tier, you're getting accessories that you're going to wear later for the cheapest possible price. So
nice.
It makes sense to buy the accessories, buy accessories for everybody, you know, as early as we can, sort of thing.
So even though accessories go up in rarity, that doesn't necessarily mean that the mundane ones get replaced.
Well, no, they don't go up in rarity, is my point.
Oh.
There are no, wait, what are these unique? Oh, these are the unique accessories. Wait, are these all the uniques? Hold on, look at this deck. Oh, right, this deck right here is all the unique items. Oh, there is one unique. Oh, no, we're not shopping and training right now. Never mind, there's not a unique. No, but here's the accessories, right? This is the I'm going to bring it down here. The accessory deck is here, and there's 18 items in it, and those are the accessories for all rarities of... They don't have a rarity, so there's quite a few accessories to choose from, and they can be quite powerful. So, you know, might want to just start looking through them and see if anything jumps out at you. How much gold do we have left? 147? We have enough to get everybody an accessory.
What is protection?
I don't know. I think it helps you with conviction checks, I'm pretty sure. Forgot exactly what it does. I don't have my rule book. Protection is a tag, I think, which means it should be on page
33.
Yeah, is that where it is?
Yeah.
When casting a spell or using a spell-like ability against a figure with protection, that figure adds a black die to their conviction dice when making a conviction check. For each book rolled on the black die, this figure adds one to their... So yeah, it's like an empower for your conviction check. Pretty nice. Ooh, I'm gonna get a quiver for Zeke. How you doing, Nox? I do like too many belts. It's nice to have an extra dodge.
Yeah.
There should be 2 of each. I think there's 2 of each.
I like the Adventurers pack with the number of consumables we're going to be getting.
Yeah, Adventurers Pack is nice. Also, it's a re-equip for free each round, too, so it lets you swap out. Adventurers Pack is pretty nice. I think I've taken it before on one of my characters.
God, so is weapon straps.
Yeah, weapon straps is good. You get an extra dodge or extra movement if you're using ranged. Oh, Ethereum Couture. These are a hard choice.
Yeah. Well, I like too many belts for Rook and Ethereum Couture for what's her face?
Is there more than one? Oh, there is. Okay.
Nightingale.
Yeah, sounds good. Go for it. I think I'm going to take too many belts for Remy also. Too many belts. It's a lot of belts, bud.
I don't think I have the right to pull cards from this deck, bud. Would you mind?
Really?
Wait.
I think you
Never
figured
mind.
it out. Alright, I can put these back. So, that's going to cost us another 120 gold. Which puts us down to 27. Just want to look and see, since he got that quiver, can he get any special arrows? How cheap are the arrows? Guess he doesn't have to have those right now. Okay, so what do we have for consumables amongst all of
Okay.
us?
You want to
Oh,
just
you
kind of
know what
throw 'em all
else?
in the
Like,
middle?
I've got this adrenal gland. Zeke doesn't need that, so exhaust counter. I think maybe we should put that on Rook.
Okay.
Rook or Remy.
Yeah, Rook has got a couple of sort of
Oh, you've got it a
ways.
counter on your shield already, don't you? All right, we'll put it
Yeah.
on. We'll put it on Remy then. So as far as consumables go, I guess we'll just take inventory here. And we can distribute. Do we need to buy any consumables? I don't think we really do. We've got, what, 1 plank, 3 balms, a couple juice boxes, a couple HP potions, a bottled blessing. So I think we should... Rook should take the plank.
Okay.
And Zeke will take at least one of the balms. Maybe Nightingale and Rook each take a balm.
Okay.
Zeke will take the bottled blessing. And an HP potion. Remy will take a juice box.
Put the other or juice box on Rook.
Do you think we need to buy any more consumables right now? I mean, they're pretty cheap, but then again, we're going to be getting a lot of them for free, so...
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to buy anything
just
like
get
a
started.
smoke bomb or a MF Fortitude only costs 2 to get an SP, but we could probably just go without anymore, unless you feel like
Yeah,
there's
I mean,
something we really...
the only thing is, like, free damage is never bad, so throwing knives would be the only thing I might buy. But I think we
Yeah.
have enough as far as oh shit buttons.
Yeah, throwing knives cost 4. Alright, let's go ahead and grab a couple throwing knives. Maybe one for, what, Nightingale's low on consumables, right?
Yeah.
So let's give Nightingale a throwing knife. And let's give Remy a throwing knife. That'll cost us 8, which will put us down to 19 gold. We can just save that 19 gold. Because I don't think there's anything else we can afford with it. Unless we bought more consumables, which is not really necessary at the moment. So, I think we're all set here as far as our...
Yeah, I think we're set.
Then next time we get in Chop and Train and we have more money, we can start buying relics. There's a lot of really good relics. And everybody can equip 3 relics, which is pretty nice. So that's a lot of... Nox says, are those mummy monsters that drop a lot of those because they're embalmed? Yes, Nox, that's why. Because they're embalmed. Zeke can rejoin the initiative track now that he's no longer dead. Oh! We have this extra badass leather jacket we can sell, too. I think items sell for half? Is that right? Oh, they don't sell for half. They sell for a certain amount based on the loot level.
Oh, okay.
So... It only sells for 5 gold. But that's okay. We're probably not going to use it, so... Well, I'll add 5 to our gold. Alright, let's see where we're at here on the book. So we got the gold, we got the XP, we spent the gold and XP. Leftover XP and gold is recorded on the adventure sheet. Oh, right, shop and train. We spent gold and learned XP. Learned disciplines. After completing this step, return all items to their respective decks. After purchasing items, item upgrades, and learning disciplines, continue to Path of Citizenship, page 22. Path to Citizenship. Where's the, there you go. Are you ready for me to play this, thing?
Yeah. Yep, all set.
We have a lot of, story between now and the next thing. So here we go.
Path to Citizenship. Never in her life had Nightingale enjoyed walking out of the Institute of Alinea so much. More than once she caught herself skipping, and she had to slow herself back into a walk. Even so, there was no hiding the pride in her steps. I have to admit, I expected it to be harder, Rook was saying, his voice low as he and the others followed behind her. But I'm not complaining. If the monsters in the wild are going to be anything like that, I'd say we're well prepared. Zeke's contribution to their overall dignity was the absence of a cigarette, though Nightingale caught one palmed behind one of his fingers whenever she saw his left hand. I'm just glad all the studying made a difference, Zeke commented. I get that we don't age anymore, but it would still suck to have to spend 2 more years in school. As they walked into the courtyard with their fellow students, Nightingale was surprised by just how many people were waiting outside. She noticed that a lot of eyes were on them, and tried not to look too self-conscious. She supposed that when royalty did something like this, everyone paid attention. The crowd outside was mostly made up of the parents and families of hopeful graduates, clapping and embracing their children. Nightingale's old Midaran parents waited just outside the door. Queen Kezia reached her first, crossing the distance in a few quick strides and scooping her into a tight hug.
Pause it real quick.
Nightingale!
Oh, that's crazy. They have background noise that matches up with the story.
Yeah, they had, I noticed when we had the campfire scene, but last time there was some crackling campfire sounds as well.
It's a little, I don't know how it comes through on the stream. It's pretty quiet to me. But I was just able finally to get the volume to where I actually noticed that. So, okay, thanks. Continue.
Mom! Despite how delicate the queen looked, Nightingale found the hug so tight she had trouble breathing. Do you have any idea how long it's been since someone scored that well? Kezia released her, though one hand still lingered on her shoulder. King Balthazar stood on his wife's other side, bright robe fluttering a little in the breeze. He didn't reach out to embrace her as the queen had done, but he did nod with obvious respect. You are a credit to the family, Nightingale. My hope for your potential was clearly well placed. Of course your companions deserve equal credit. He looked past her, first to Zeke. I have come to expect quality from the Zhang house, and you have not disappointed. Thank you, Your Grace. Zeke bowed, though only briefly. Nightingale got out of the way, gesturing eagerly at the members of their team she didn't know before the test. Rook Lars, if I'm not mistaken. Balthazar extended a hand to Rook. For all his size, his strength, and confidence, Rook had gone pale and rigid. He could only nod, his mouth hanging open a little. Your performance is to be commended, young man. I suspect Alinea may come to know your family better in the coming years. I hardly deserve such praise, my king, Rook said, adding more finesse to the same bow that Zeke had made. It was an honor to have the opportunity to take the mast alongside your daughter. Balthazar's smile faltered a little as he finally turned to Remy and nodded sternly without addressing her further. Nightingale could see similar concern on Kezia's face, and a brief look of confusion the king and queen shared. Remy squirmed under their look and did an awkward courtesy. Your Grace, she muttered. Balthazar forced a smile and then cleared his throat, holding his arm out. Queen Kezia nodded and stepped forward. She offered each of them an envelope. The graduation ceremony is tonight in Alinea proper. I look forward to seeing each of you there. The king and queen did not wait for a response, but strode away into the crowd. Soon enough, they were buried by excited parents and cheering onlookers. As soon as Nightingale's parents disappeared, 3 more people hurried over. A stern-looking woman was the first to arrive. She was wearing a formal dress, but a slightly more relaxed smile. Nightingale recognized her as Ida Zhang, Zeke's mother and second only in power to her own Midaran parents. Balthazar told me how well you scored, and I was pleasantly surprised. Congratulations! She offered a single delicate hand. Zeke took the offered hand. Thank you, he replied in an attempt to match his mother's regal etiquette. There was no missing the family resemblance between them. It was a cooperative effort. My contributions were only a part of our success. All Alinea knows by now, Ida said a little quieter. Your success breeds confidence badly needed when the future is so uncertain. She looked up, inclining her head just slightly to Nightingale. In the life waiting outside these gates, every success belongs to the people. You have given them something to celebrate. Nightingale had a little trouble holding herself as Ida Zhang seemed to expect. That didn't mean she failed to use the proper respect in her tone, however. It was just the mast. Everyone had to take it, and plenty of students did just as well as us. Ida smiled a little, though there was something indulgent in it. Perhaps, but it was reassuring evidence that Alinea's ruling families have the strength to lead them through the difficulties we face. Nightingale nearly jumped as Ida abruptly tugged her son close for a hug, despite all the people watching. Nightingale retreated a little, looking away as Ida whispered something into his ear. Zeke smiled, but he didn't manage to say anything before Ida broke apart and vanished into the crowd with a graceful flutter of her gown. Just a few feet away, there was nothing at all of forced dignity in the way Rook's parents embraced him. Mom, Dad, Rook said as he embraced them. His mother seemed so overwhelmed she could barely speak. I'm just so proud. You know who that man was, right? His father said in awe. King Balthazar, Rook replied. Founder and ruler of Alinea. He tried to sound as casual about it as he could, but there was no keeping the smile from his voice. I guess it's pretty amazing. King Balthazar Arson recognizing our son. His mother hugged him again, though not so tight this time. We couldn't be more proud. When she let go, his father patted him on the back. We'll still miss you on the farm, son, but I'm glad you left. You've got more in store for you than weeding and mending fences. Thanks, Dad. Don't need to exaggerate, though. I'm sure it's not. Oh, it is, his mother cut him off. Then she lowered her voice and leaned in close to him. The captain of the King's Guard wanted to have a word with you tonight before the graduation party. Really? Rook tried to hide his smile, but his grin widened despite his efforts. All right, I'll say goodbye to my friends and we can take off. While the others were preoccupied speaking with their parents, Remy was alone, staring awkwardly at the slip of paper with her grade. She shuffled her feet, retreating a step or two every time she thought nobody was looking. Remy's escape was thwarted with an unexpected hug so tight it scrunched her wings and drove the air from her lungs. Hey! Nightingale might be the shorter of the two, but she was heavy enough to make Remy wince. You're coming to the graduation tonight, right? Nightingale let go, flashing her own invitation near Remy's face. Remy tried to swat it away. Where's your dad? Nightingale looked around expecting to see another man with wings meandering about the crowd. He's not coming, Remy thumbed at her math scores. He'd be happy I scored so well, though. Oh, so he doesn't live in the city? That means you're at the dorms by yourself tonight. Nightingale trailed off for a moment. But maybe you'd like to come with me instead. I'm staying with Zeke's family. You could probably hang out with us until the party. Remy glanced briefly back at the Institute and remembered the lonely little dorm room waiting for her inside. Are you sure your parents won't mind if we're hanging out? You saw how they acted when they found out I was on your team during the mast. Yeah, I don't really care about that, Nightingale said dismissively. What good is being a princess if I can't even choose my own friends? So come on, you want to hang out or not? Remy smiled, looking at the invitation. Sure, that sounds nice.
So they're making friends.
The graduation.
Continue to the graduation, the section immediately following this one.
Yeah, hey, how do we find that one? What page is it on? It's literally right here. Yeah, I think this part after the mask, before the next set of encounters, is probably the longest continuous part of story in the whole book. There's a lot of like sort of preliminary stuff that we go through here to kind of get established for the next thing, but
Well, yeah, we got to get a feel for the place.
we're transitioning. Yeah, we are immersing into the setting and learning who the characters are as they make friends and everything and deal with their parents. But everybody's parents came to see him except poor Remy. Something sketchy. If you remember, we read Remy's background. Her dad's basically like some kind of crime boss, so that's why the king and queen were kind of like, oh, when they saw that she was on the team. All right, so moving on to the graduation. Yes, Zeke definitely has some traumatic stress from getting pasted by the animate during the mask. Rook's like, that was really easy. Zeke's like, I have 12 broken ribs.
Eventually, the sun disappeared from the sky, and Nightingale found herself standing in the largest ballroom in the city of Alinea. Even the large space had trouble containing the graduates and their families. She shifted uncomfortably in her gown, trying to ignore the sheer volume of people watching. Being a princess is way less awesome than it is in the movies, she thought as she forced herself to be polite for each and every trite greeting and congratulations. How many of the complete strangers accosting her were doing the same for the other graduates? Nightingale glanced down at the tables seated in rows on the lower level of the ballroom and couldn't help but wish she was sitting with all the other normal students. They were having a good time with their own families, unbothered by the constant barrage of the pompous elite. The special treatment bothered her, and it looked like Zeke got about as much of it as she did, though he was a little less graceful about accepting it. Just behind her, Remy received only confused or suspicious looks by the other royalty. By now, Nightingale had noticed Balthazar's and Kezia's aversion to the girl, though she didn't know why. Between a break of compliments on her graduation, Nightingale saw a familiar face shift in the crowds nearby. "I think I see Rook up there," Nightingale said, pointing. Remy's eyes flickered, following her gesture into the crowd. "Follow me!" Nightingale grabbed Remy's hand and waded through the well-dressed people of all kinds, passing between tables piled high with dignified hors d'oeuvres and uninteresting drinks. Rook was standing only a few feet from a raised platform in the center, chatting animatedly with a boy with giant wings hanging from his back. "Hey!" Nightingale waved, hurrying the rest of the way over. "I was planning on introducing you guys to Khufu tonight. Looks like you've already met him." Nightingale looked around, searching to see if Rook's parents were somewhere nearby. After the way they had acted, Nightingale was a little surprised they weren't. That meeting Rook's parents mentioned must have gone pretty well if he was talking to Khufu. Nightingale wondered if he might have even been invited to the Demiurge. She could think of no other explanation for why Rook was waiting at the table with the rest of the Demiurge soldiers Balthazar usually retained as his personal guard. If they invited Rook, maybe I've got a chance too, Nightingale thought excitedly. Her tail flicked behind her at the thought. Nightingale suddenly noticed that Remy was ruffling her wings a little. "This is your friend from Earth?" Remy asked with a smile. Khufu glanced at Nightingale. "Are you telling everyone about our high school shenanigans? I thought we agreed that those times were under lock and key. I mean, not everything." Nightingale glanced sideways. Then she looked back at Khufu. "How am I not supposed to tell people that I have a friend from Earth here on Middara, though?" "You didn't tell me he had wings." Remy leaned to inspect Khufu's red, large wings. "They're gorgeous." "Wing buddies." Khufu held out his hand for a high five. Remy jumped up and smacked it. Nightingale giggled, and then Khufu and Remy looked at her expectantly. "Oh, sorry," she squeaked. "I guess you met Rook, but not Remy. Remy, this is Khufu." They exchanged a few pleasantries, though Remy was suddenly bubbling with energy. "These look big enough to actually work." "They are," Khufu said, ruffling his own wings a little. "They've come in handy in a few tight spots, haven't they, Nightingale?" "That's right. Usually not my fault we needed to be bailed out, though." Nightingale slapped him on the back with a wide grin. "Of course not." Khufu lowered his head in a mock deference. "A princess of Alinea could make no mistakes." "A princess of Alinea also couldn't attend a party," Zeke interjected, popping into the conversation from seemingly nowhere. He looked around with disappointment. "Now my uncle, he knows how to throw a real party." Too bad we're too dignified to attend such crass and wasteful gatherings. Nightingale found herself laughing at Zeke's impression of his mother. Nightingale had stumbled into more than one of Ida's lectures during her time living in the Zhang mansion. And although they were always directed at Zeke, she knew that Ida expected just as much from her. Someone tapped her on the shoulder and Nightingale turned, half expecting another total stranger to waste more of her time with empty congratulations. Instead, she found herself facing her sister. "Congratulations on graduating, Nightingale! I knew you could do it!" Shayless wasted no time pulling her into yet another embrace. Yeah, Nightingale pushed herself free. "I had good teachers." Nightingale glanced around, searching the nearby crowd. "Hey, have you seen Antoinette? The other Zhangs are here. I was really hoping to say hi." Zeke's sister seemed to be the only one that got out from under the thumb of the politics of her family, and Nightingale had always wanted to ask how she did it. If there was a time she'd be able to have time to chat with her, it'd be now. "She isn't here, unfortunately," Shayless answered. "Antoinette is off doing her Pirates of the Caribbean thing." Nightingale lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Lady Ida snaps at Zeke for using the wrong salad fork, but lets one of her daughters sail off to be a pirate?" "Privateer," Shayless corrected. She seemed to deflate a little, sighing. "And that's..." She struggled for a moment, then shrugged. "Complicated." "I'm sure it is," Nightingale said. "I'd love to know her secret." "Obstinance," Shayless muttered. "Her father was the only one she listened to. With him gone, Ida never figured out how to control her. Luckily, Zeke doesn't give her much trouble." Shayless shot Zeke a look. "Yeah," Zeke shrugged. "I'd not worry too much about it, Knight. I never see her either. God knows I've heard Ida talk enough about her. I probably know her better than Shayless." "Well, she has the right idea. I'd love to be a pirate." Nightingale then excitedly turned. "Remy!" She reached out and grabbed at her new friend's wrist and pulled her forward. "My sister Shayless," she said as a crude introduction. "I feel like I'm on display," Remy said, exasperated, and then smiled at Shayless. "Nice to meet you again, Princess." Remy scratched the back of her head and scrunched her face. "I'm not sure if I'm supposed to curtsy or bow or take your hand or..." Shayless gave her a long look and then finally smiled. "It's okay. Shayless is fine. No need for formalities. I'm guessing Nightingale invited you." Yes, Prince Shayless," Remy stuttered. "I hope that isn't a problem." "Yeah," Nightingale said, putting a hand on her hip. "I hope it isn't a problem." Shayless's lips curled into a genuine smile that showed her teeth. "Of course not. You can hang around whoever you'd like." "Unless it's me." Khufu stepped up and lifted Shayless's hand and nodded respectfully. "Princess, good to see you again." Khufu, I hope the Zhangs have been utilizing their skills well. Or should I say, your free ticket into the demiurge. Balthazar didn't want me around his awesome daughter. What can I say?" Khufu fist-bumped Nightingale without taking his eyes off Shayless. "It's not like they'd go any easier on me. I swear Balthazar is hoping I get myself killed." Nightingale nervously laughed. "He wouldn't do that." Then she glanced toward Shayless. "Would he?" Shayless only smiled. "Rook's a lucky man," Khufu said, glancing back towards the towering shape behind him. Rook was deep in conversation with the other demiurge. Nightingale watched him with envy. "So they're going to train him then? Let him in?" Nightingale stopped talking as the room around them became suddenly silent at the approach of new arrivals. She didn't even have to look to know who it would be. King Balthazar and her older brother Yol, the heir apparent, entered the ballroom. Yol walked at the lead, his face as sharp as the suit he wore. He barely seemed to slow as he approached them. "Good work, little sister." He didn't wait for her response, continuing on to the table where Queen Kezia was already saving several seats. King Balthazar was the picture of regal bearing, his armor glittering and polished and his beard immaculately trimmed. What he lacked in grace, he made up in confidence, only accentuated by the scars on his face and the streaks of gray in his beard. Balthazar continued to the waiting stage. He stopped there, tapping one finger on the edge of the podium, quieting down the rest of the room before speaking. "We gather here today to celebrate the accomplishments of each and every one of you who've completed the mast. As you leave the Institute and enter Alinea as citizens, carry the lessons you have learned with you. Do not be fooled into thinking that agelessness means immortality, and that the rising generation does not need you. You all are the strength of our great country. It will depend on your contributions in the years and decades ahead." There was polite applause from around the room. Balthazar waited for silence before he continued. "Middara might not be the world you know best, but we hope now we have given you the tools to call it home. Nightingale didn't wait a moment before she had to. As soon as her father stepped down from the platform and the party resumed, she was at his side. He didn't seem surprised, only a little wary. Yes, Nightingale? The sound of conversation had picked up all around them, and she made sure to keep her voice quiet enough that it wouldn't carry. She shuffled uneasily from foot to foot, her tail twitching behind her. She spent just a few more seconds getting up the courage. Then it all came tumbling out in a rush. I'd like to join the Demiurge. I know it's a little strange to have a member of the royal family join the ones who protect them, but Dominic did it before he died, and Khufu will vouch for me. And now that you've let Rook join, we could totally train together. Balthazar silenced her with a raised hand, and the rest of her words petered out like the last drops from a faucet. I'm sorry, Nightingale. That just isn't possible. He turned away from the table as though to make for one of the doors. She probably should have let him go, but she didn't. Nightingale hadn't fought through 3 hellish days of mass testing just to give up on her dream without a fight. She reached out, catching him by the arm. Wait! Several people watching gawked, and nearby conversations fell to a hush. She ignored them all. Please, Father! I know you're skeptical of anything that might put me in danger, but that's the exact opposite of what this is. You didn't think being better prepared was putting Dominic in danger? Balthazar frowned at the mention of his dead son's name before raising his voice. Your older brother was twice the warrior you are. Balthazar turned, his expression growing firm. He had the wisdom and skill of many years before he qualified to join the Demiurge. But Rook! Rook wasn't accepted into Demiurge training. Balthazar's voice raised another few decibels. I don't know if you remember, but he saved your life from an Earth Loa during the mast when you failed to use the Bellicose Cube in a reasonable amount of time. I made him into your personal knight. Knight? But... You're important to this kingdom, Nightingale, he interrupted. So important that I felt it necessary to keep you protected at all times. Alinea needs you right where you are. Well, maybe I don't care. Nightingale ignored the fact that her father towered over her, and that at least a dozen people were staring at them. My real family didn't love me because I was useful. They loved me because they were my family. Balthazar sighed and forcefully calmed himself before replying. Your real family is right here, Nightingale. Don't think that a few years on Earth will change an eternity waiting for you here in Alinea. Those years on Earth don't change how much your mother and I care about you. She turned her back on him, tail swishing furiously behind her. Could have fooled me. She didn't wait for a response, didn't even look at him. Nightingale stalked away, each step angrier than the last as she made her way to her friend's table. By the time she arrived, the party had gotten back into full swing and her friends had all sat down to eat. Hey, Zeke! She didn't sit down. Zeke looked up from the table behind a freshly lit cigarette that was hanging out of one corner of his mouth. Yeah? That uncle of yours, the one that throws the crazy ragers? Yoon? Yeah, Yoon! Nightingale leaned closer to him. Is he doing
Crazy
anything
Uncle
tonight?
Yoon.
And could you get us into the party? Of course. Zeke briefly glanced around, not seeing any ashtrays before extinguishing his cigarette against the white tablecloth. I'm not sure that's wise, Nightingale. Rook spoke from across the table, voice even. Your family probably expects you to remain here for their party. Nightingale tensed, turning away. She was probably speaking a little too loudly as she replied. I don't give a damn what they expect right now. You don't get too close either. You're my knight now, aren't you? Zeke raised an eyebrow at the comment but let it go. All right. Zeke rose from a slouch. I was planning on heading over there when this one got too boring anyway. Rook rose as well, looking down. Guess I'm coming too then. Remy remained where she was, staring at the table. Maybe she expected them to take off, leaving her alone at their table. Instead, Nightingale rested one hand briefly on her shoulder. You coming, Remy? I bet we'll have way more fun at a real party. Yeah. She practically jumped to her feet, a little too quickly. I mean, yes. That sounds fantastic. She straightened, and together they left the graduation party behind.
This is like a perfect setup for this story to become super bad. Suddenly super bad.
Superbad the movie?
Yeah.
You drink? You drink! Yeah, it's basically Superbad with monsters. So basically, Nightingale's like, I want to join the Demiurge and be a commando, and her dad's like, no. And she's like, damn it. That's pretty... And then Rook was made a knight, and is now Nightingale's personal knight. That's pretty much everything that happened there. And now they're going to Crazy Uncle Yoon's party. Is Kufu a type of food, or am I hallucinating? I don't know. Is Kufu a type of food? That doesn't sound familiar to me.
Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Doesn't sound like good eats. Yeah, so I guess the whole purpose of this school that they've graduated from is just to prepare people to live in Middara, because it's a dangerous world full of monsters, right? So basically every citizen has to learn how to use magic and weapons and stuff so that they can defend themselves and help defend the lands against the monsters. So now that they've graduated, they can officially be citizens. Which leads me to believe there are people in Middara that aren't citizens. People that didn't go to the school, like Rook's parents were just farmers. So I'm not sure if everybody actually goes to the school or not. There could be just like, you know, peasants out there that don't get to go to the fancy fucking Hogwarts place, you know. Are you ready for Yoon's party?
Yeah, let's do it.
Is anyone ever ready for Yoon's party?
You know what? This is going to be one of Yoon's ragers.
Fucking Yoon.
Ragers.
Yeah. Maybe they're fat, not accepted? Maybe. It's the name of a restaurant in Copenhagen. I guess I was sort of hallucinating. Oh, what kind of food did they serve?
Party. Wow, I forgot how amazing the white spires were. I haven't been here since I came to Middara. Remy could barely find the words as she stared up into the sky, following a dozen different sharp stone lines. They seemed to be made of white granite, placed not according to geometry.
No. Unacceptable. You can't just change the type of stone. Look, you want to change a bunch of stuff between the one version of the storybook and the voiceover, fine. But it clearly says they're made of white marble. Now you're changing it to granite. There's no consistency here. How are we expected to... I mean, is it granite or marble? Those are not the same thing. What are we going with? What is canon? I need to know. I need to know what color your eyes are right now.
I share in your outrage.
I need to know what the canon is. Is it actually marble or is it granite? You can't take that type of stone for granite. Yeah.
Cane patterns. You get used to it, Zeke grunted, already smoking. It's not all that great, really. The guards are the worst. Damn portal to Earth means we've got more than almost anywhere else. The place is meant to keep you in just as much as out. The grounds were elegant. White granite surrounded with carefully groomed gardens. Remy could smell the flowers, even if most had closed against the chill. And Yoon's throwing a party here? Nightingale seemed angrier than she had been at the graduation party. In the same place that holds the portal? There was a little reverence in her voice at the last word. Each of them had used that portal, and all of them understood its value. No portal, no kingdom. Yeah, but this place is way bigger than it looks. It's not like he's having the party where the portal is. He gestured down at the ground with his cigarette. The portal would be impossible for us to get anywhere near. Yoon holds his party near the white vaults of Alinea. They say that they go deeper than the spires go high. I don't think anybody knows exactly how far. He stopped for a moment, then grinned. Can you hear the music? Yoon always hires the most popular acts. Remy could hear it, steady bass so loud it came through her feet, accompanied with flashing lights from up ahead. They turned a corner and were suddenly face to face with a pair of surly-looking men on either side of a door. Zeke! They sprang into action, flinging the door open. Lady Nightingale, a pleasure, the guard said as they passed. So, they just let us in? Rook wondered aloud. Lights flashed, music blared, and dancing bodies filled the air with sweat. Where the arson graduation party had tables and a 3-course meal, Yoon had a full-service bar and whole tables packed with drinks. The place resembled a nightclub from Earth more than a formal dinner party in a fantasy world. Nightingale approached the bar and downed a shot of something colorful and glowing. Remy resisted the urge to do the same. If Nightingale reacted to bad news the way some of Remy's Earth friends had, she would probably be grateful for a sober friend in a few hours. The party was every bit as awesome as Zeke had led him to believe. The music was a refreshing throwback to the music from Earth, loud and abrasive. It provided a break from the choral and classical pieces some students had practiced in the Institute, and none of the dancing would have been okay at any school dance she had ever attended. Remy was startled out of her musing by a hand on her shoulder. She jerked away defensively, but it was only Nightingale grinning down at her with glowing blue teeth. "Zeke just got word. We're wanted upstairs." Nightingale set her glowing cup on the table, the rest of the liquid sloshing out of it. "Smells like more politics." "No big deal," Remy replied. "Whatever we gotta do, I'm right there with you." As they headed upstairs, Remy saw that Yoon Jong wasn't like the Arson family. He didn't put a throne down where he could see the party unfold beneath his watchful eyes. Instead, he chose a table at the very center where he could participate in the drama as easily as observe. Remy smelled him before she saw him. Like every kind of liquor Earth had ever invented, and many others it hadn't, Yoon separated himself from several attractive groupies, shoving out of the booth, staggering as he rose to his feet. Yoon was taller than Zeke and wore an open jacket over a lean, muscled chest. His hair was styled, his face clean-shaven, and crystal jewelry glowed faintly around his neck. "Nephew," Yoon smiled, opening his arms wide. "I didn't expect you tonight. Institute graduation wasn't good enough?" Zeke nodded. "No one in Middara can throw a party like you. Truer words were never spoken. Your friends look lovely." He waved a hand with several glittering rings toward them, though he hardly seemed to see anyone besides Zeke. "I wanted to acknowledge your presence before getting back to my proclivities. You kids enjoy yourselves. I would stay, but..." He sighed. "I'm needed elsewhere." Zeke didn't say anything until Yoon had walked off, heading towards a nearby doorway. "That's weird. I don't think I've ever seen Yoon care about something more than his parties. He's been trying to get me to come party with him ever since I got here. But now that we're all here..." He shrugged. Remy wasn't sure where the impulse came from. She kept her voice as quiet as possible, as quiet as she could and not be completely drowned in the music anyway. "I could follow him." She didn't expect anyone to agree, and quickly felt silly for speaking up. Suddenly, though, Zeke nodded. "Could you do it without getting caught? If Yoon's got himself into trouble again, well, the rest of the family should know." "No problem." Remy cracked her knuckles. "I'll be right back." Remy vanished into the party. She slumped her shoulders and tucked her wings in as she moved with the crowd. With so many flashing lights and so many people, it wasn't hard to disappear. She made it to the open doorway and strode in as though she knew exactly where she was going. Remy had not come to Middara to a kind family as Rook had done. She hadn't even come back to well-meaning but callous-seeming nobility as Zeke and Nightingale had. Remy's father loved her all right, and had taught her what he believed were the necessary skills to survive. Sometimes that meant hiding in plain sight. Despite the security of the white vaults beneath, the halls around Yoon's party were deserted. Remy hurried after the sound of repeating footfalls as quietly as possible. She memorized the hallways as she went, making a mental note of each twist. Soon enough, the footsteps stopped. Remy stopped too, straining her ears. It took her a few seconds of concentration before she could make the voices out. "You're sure?" Yoon's voice was quiet. "Absolutely." The second speaker was female, far brusquer. "We don't know how far he could have gotten by now." "You're positive someone didn't just forget to shut the door?" "Unfortunately." There was a hint of disgust in the woman's voice. "We don't make mistakes like that, sir." "What do we do about it?" Yoon's voice was a little louder, echoing through the halls. Remy took a minute to listen for any other noises, such as someone else coming from her direction. She didn't hear any yet, though. "Should we send down a patrol or something? Maybe call the demiurge up?" Yoon sounded increasingly frustrated. "No, sir. I suggest you strengthen the guard on every known exit. In the unlikely event he can find his way out, it will be into a waiting squadron of the guard." Yoon grumbled angrily. "You called me away from an important gathering to tell me that we don't have to do anything?" His voice rose again, though Remy doubted it would carry into the party. "All right, Captain. Keep on doing the job my family pays you for." The sound of footsteps resumed, much louder than before and heading her way. Remy made her way back to the party in a hurry. She found Zeke first and let him do the work of gathering everybody up. Nightingale in particular seemed a bit remiss to leave the dance floor, but eventually she caved. No sooner had she been told what they'd learned than she started to smile. "You know what this means, right?" Nightingale grinned. Rook groaned. "Please don't." Nightingale ignored him. If there's some sort of thief down in the white vaults, that means somebody should go in after them. Somebody like us." Rook looked down with folded arms. "That sounds stupid." "You mean awesome," Nightingale laughed, nudging Rook in the ribs. He didn't react. Admit it, you want to go down there and do some real adventuring. Rook reluctantly nodded. I do want to go. It just seems like a knight errant should discourage his princess from making risky moves. Nightingale rolled her eyes, turning on Zeke. What about you? You know what's going to happen to us. When tonight's over, it might be years before our parents let us out from under their thumbs. Give it a few decades and you might be married off to some cream puff to cement a stupid political alliance or whatever. She rested one hand on his shoulder, smiling at him with her huge green eyes. With the lights flashing all around them, they practically glowed. You don't want that shit, Zeke. You want to live. She gestured down the hallway Remy had come from with a wild smile on her face. Let's go catch us a thief. See the white vaults of Alinea for ourselves. Actually do something. Sure. Zeke fished around, digging out one of the last of his cigarettes. Sounds like fun. Nightingale opened her mouth to argue, then shut it as she realized he agreed. Then she turned to Remy. You in? Obviously, Remy grinned back. The stories of what's down there? I wonder if the rumors are true. Zeke cracked his knuckles. All right, follow me. This place is a vault, but I think I might know a way in.
How convenient that Uncle Yoon
Dungeon
has a
delving.
dungeon underneath his house. Uncle Yoon had to get back to his proclivities.
Yeah, you're right. That does sound pretty sus.
This place looks pretty magical. Look at that stone. Granite? Marble? Looks more like granite than marble to me. I mean, I'm not a stonemason, but I'm just a caveman. Something weird is happening with my eye. Okay, I think I fixed it. Dungeon delving. You ready to delve into a dungeon?
Let's do it.
I'm pretty sure the secret door is this way. Zeke peeked inside, opening it only a crack. That's what you said 3 doors ago. Nightingale crowded close to him, looking under his arm and shoving a glowstone through the opening. Zeke knows where he's going, Rook rumbled from somewhere behind. He's using an exhaustive elimination system, like the way we've been ignoring all the doors marked vault entrance, staff only. Zeke managed to resist the urge to try and kick his friend. Those signs are for idiots who break into the vaults we want to get killed. Lots of them had guards too, Remy offered matter-of-factly. Zeke probably doesn't want anyone knowing where we went. You're damn right. Zeke kept his voice low, squinting through the dark with only Nightingale's glowstone to light the space for him. There are more ways in, though. The safe ones aren't marked, and the ones that can't be used to get out won't be guarded. He pulled back, glancing one last time around the hall to make sure nobody was watching them. When he didn't see anyone, Zeke put himself in front of the door, turning to face them. Antoinette took me down this way once. I have to warn you, though, it's real steep. When you start sliding, get onto your back and don't lift your head. He waited for verbal acknowledgement from each of his friends before pushing the door open. The chamber beyond was exactly as he remembered it, about 20 square feet with worn carvings on all the walls and empty torch brackets rusting away. It would have been entirely unremarkable were it not for the dramatic slope almost the instant they stepped inside. The floor was made of dark gray stone that was worn smooth by the passage of those before them. The ground dropped so dramatically that the glowstones they held couldn't eliminate where the opening went. It was a steep slide with a ceiling too low for even someone like Remy to fly back up. Last chance to back out, Zeke gestured at the slide. We'll have to find another way up. And remember, even the upper parts of the vaults aren't completely safe. Nightingale took a step into the room, sliding one of her flats along the slick rock. She jumped as the slick rock almost stole her balance. Zeke rushed to steady her, but there was no need. Nightingale caught herself glaring at the floor. I'm going! That means I am too, Rook added, assuming you think I can fit. You can, Zeke shrugged one shoulder. We don't know what this thing was used for, but it's gigantic. Unsurprisingly, it was Nightingale who moved past him first. All right, Rimdog, Zekarino, and Rook, let's go!
What?
She lowered herself down as the drop became dramatic, then finished with a squeal into the darkness. I'm coming! Remy needed no more encouragement, leaping feet first into the slick stone after Nightingale. Rook followed, though more carefully, lowering himself down on the flat part of the room, then pushing off. See you down there, Zekarino. Zeke nodded. It wasn't the first time Nightingale had called him. He didn't give himself time to contemplate the trip. He just stepped out into the room and shoved towards the drop. Air whipped his hair about as he slid, gathering grime and dirt along the way. True to his advice, the ceiling blurred as he flew by, dangerously close to his face. After what felt like several minutes in darkness, Zeke saw the first flickers of light. The top of the chute opened as it descended, revealing an uneven cave ceiling of stalactites and rough stone. The rock itself seemed alight, flickering with 1,000 different colors. He could just pick out the shapes of glittering geodes set into the ceiling above him. His family still didn't know what magic powered the lights, but they seemed to change every time he looked away. They were a quiet reminder that his family might occupy the white spires, but they didn't understand them. Zeke could hear his friends' voices echoing nearby, even as the chute opened out and became flat. He dug his heels sharply into the sides of the shaft, bracing himself with his arms so he wouldn't go flying. Instead of slamming into his friends, he came to a reasonably graceful stop. Other than Nightingale's once beautiful dress, they'd made it down without any casualties. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, getting to his feet and brushing the worst of the slime away. "Give me a sec." Nightingale tore at her dress, expanding the rip until it started to spread. Zeke felt his face go red and turned away, grateful for the comparative darkness. He walked past Nightingale as she finished transforming her priceless gown into a makeshift skirt. He squinted against the gloom, trying to remember what he'd been taught about navigating the vaults. He didn't remember much, aside from what Antoinette had told him. His sister had mentioned that there were many places that were considered far too dangerous to go, and others that were much less dangerous. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. He at least remembered something she had told him. "I'm not sure where the thief would have gone. Probably down, though. The best chance of finding something valuable to steal is always down." Rook grunted. "You sure we can handle the monsters down here?" He was already armed, glaring off into the gloom of a nearby carved stone archway. "Probably." Zeke didn't sound confident. "Not even my father saw the bottom of this place before he died. The Zhang family keeps guards down here for a reason." "I hear something coming." Rook's voice was flat. "Get ready." Nightingale was beside him suddenly, bearing her steel at the dark. "After tonight, anything that comes for me is dead." Then she scoffed and smiled. "Not ready for the demiurge, my ass."
Ooh la la, yeah, we're getting just so
Look.
scandalous here. Continue to a dangerous path. How dangerous will it be? Oh, this is an ending we could have gotten if we had somehow failed the mast. I don't know how you could do that, but there's a bunch of stuff we're not supposed to read yet. Ignore the creepy art, blah, blah, blah. Dangerous path. We made it to the first encounter of the White Vaults. Loading up the stuff. Let me check and see if everything looks like it is set up correctly here. You got that. You got the weird tongue guy. He's got his weird head with the tongue sticking out. And his fingers. You've got some strange hexagonal shaped things on the ground. It's got some pits. You got some cave sickles there. More pits. Lots of pits. Lots of pits. And there's an animate. Oh, how fun. And there's an exit tile. And there's some loot by the animate. Everything looks legitimate. Too legitimate. Equitimate. It's still, Still with me, Tim?
Still here.
All right. Hey, Dennis is here. Welcome, Dennis.
Welcome.
So under Uncle Yoon's party, we have discovered a dungeon. You quickly gather your senses as creatures amass up ahead. Loose patches of rock are scattered about the ground, and broken floor stones give way into pits that descend out of sight. The perilous walkway feels as if it could collapse at any moment. Across from you, eerie lights from the stones above cast pale shadows under a hooded figure looming in your path. Win condition, blue exit. Lose condition, die. And there's blue loot, and that's all for this. This is a simple one. No totems or anything. So what do we have? We're all on the upper left-hand squares there.
Yep. I guess I was sort of imagining a party setup where we've got these two in melee, Zeke's running around at ranged, and I would try and get Nightingale somewhere in between the two.
Makes sense. Alright, I think we're all set up here. What's the key? There's a key that does a thing. Reset camera is space, but I've somehow rebound it, so now it's impossible to reset the camera. Oh, don't push that button. Whatever that did, it's bad. No, I want that to go away. So, been doing some board gaming, Dennis? Alright, I guess we've got... What do we have? We need to put the... Cave Sickles 1 through 3 into the initiative. We need to put the animate into the initiative. Which monsters do you want to take control of?
I got the Cave Sickles.
Alright. I unlocked those if you want to move them. It's up to you. Got the animate. So, rolling initiative, or shuffling the initiative track. Looks like Nightingale goes first. You played Hero Quest, Quest 3, and Pathfinder scenario? Fun.
Is it extra movement to move through other characters?
Yes. But it doesn't stack with difficult terrain.
Yeah, she can't get within range this turn, so... Actually, that's not true. My head is still stuck in 5th edition D&D.
Well, every one of those green squares that you leave costs 2.
Yeah, so that's a movement with 1 extra stamina point to get into position, but I think that's all she's going to do.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good. Unless you want to use your stamina point thing, or you want to save it for when we're engaging the animate. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to save it for the more serious fight.
Alright. Remy's turn. What does Remdog have? Too many belts. Got the adrenal gland. She's got hammer, helm, war axe. Her stuff hasn't changed that much from what she had in the mast. she's got the free diagonal from Shady Training, and she can fly. So she flies 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's not going to get into attack position with any stamina left to attack. So I think she'll just post up. She just does a normal move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then... She could do her free diagonal to there. Save 2 stamina and just wait. Let Rook get out in front. Is the plan. So it's the Animate's turn. I doubt he's going to be able to do anything. Can he move and attack within range 4? His speed is 6. He might be able to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, he can't do anything, so he's just going to stay where he's at. Rook's turn.
Okay, so given that that's our sort of line where we don't want to go across, I think I am going to go ahead and just spend all his movement points to get into position, but let's see.
Yeah, this is the line right here. This is the line. So if you're in these squares, you're safe from the Animate.
Okay. Rook's going to move here with just a standard movement. And
you can use Courage Stifle as it's a spell, so you can use it within SOI. You don't have to be in melee to use it, which is nice.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and go after this one up top there. Cave Sickle number 1.
Oh, you know what we probably didn't do? We probably didn't update our numbers here after re-equipping.
I did.
Oh, you did? I didn't. So I need to make sure that my numbers are correct here. That was my bad. It's 5 health.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and make this attack here real quick. Okay, a 9. Yeah, the Cave Sickle is going to resist that. So what happens with a resist?
What casting die did you roll? You have a white, right?
White, yeah.
So, and he rolled higher than you on his conviction, then that means nothing happens.
Okay. Yeah, so he's done, and I've got to take the dog out real quick, so I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right, sounds good. Don't think there's any conviction upgrades for Remy, so she's still on 2 perps. Did it solo today? Nice, so he's got a crossbow now. Utility Gore gives him 1 defense, so his defense is 10. He's got 2 health and 2 armor on the cuirass. So his health should be 14. But 2 armor, 6 speed. He has no casting dice. He does have a conviction upgrade of white. So white, purple. Okay, he's correct. Oh. Living the dream, huh, Dennis? Just board gaming every day. ABBG, always be board gaming. Always be board gaming. Were you successful in your scenarios, or... Loving that Pathfinder game? Does look pretty good, even though it's a card game, which isn't really typically my preference. It does look good. Like in this game, you don't have a deck of cards, right? There are decks of cards, but like you don't have a deck. You just have your cards, and they're all available to you at all times. You don't draw from a deck to see like what abilities you can use, or what gear you can use, or what spells you can use, or whatever. You just have everything that you have all the time. The only time you're really drawing from a deck is when you draw a loot card. Yeah, that's pretty much the only time you're drawing from a deck. When you buy your upgrades with XP, you just choose whatever you want. You don't have to draw randomly or anything. Same with gear. You buy whatever gear you want. So the only time you're really random drawing anything is when you're drawing... You're from the loot deck, or when you are, or we reshuffle the deck of initiative cards every round. So every round, these get shuffled, and that's the order that the people act in. So, like this round, Nightingale went first. The Cave Sickles 1 through 3 will go last. But next round, the order will be completely different. So in that way, it is possible occasionally to get more than one turn in a row. Or, you know, the enemy could go in the beginning of the round and then the end of the next round, so it could be a really long time between turns if you get unlucky with the initiative draws. Everybody's got the slots for all the items they can have. Everybody can have 2 weapons or 1 two-handed weapon. So Nightingale's got this staff, which is two-handed, so it's taking up both of her weapon slots. He's got a crossbow that's two-handed. She's got an axe that's two-handed. But, like, Rook has a warhammer and a medium shield in his 2 weapon slots. Everybody gets something called a core, which is basically like an amulet type of thing that helps protect you. Everyone has their armor. So everybody has a slot for their armor. And all the different armors, of course, give you different stats and abilities. Then everybody gets an accessory. Everybody gets up to 3 relics. You can have 3 relics equipped. He has this adrenal gland. He has this venom. She has these enchanted piercings. He has this fate engine. Everybody can have 3 relics. And then you've got disciplines. There's actually no limit to how many disciplines you can have. These are like your special abilities that you buy with experience. There's room for 6 disciplines on this sheet here, but you can have as many as you want. You can have a familiar, you can have a companion, you can get upgrades for your weapons and armor, and you get a little upgrade card. See, the upgrade cards look like this. And they give you, like, extra stats of some kind or an extra ability. And you can pay extra money to get an upgrade so you can make your items even better. Then everybody can have 3 consumables equipped at once, like these throwing knives, or this magic balm, or this healing juice box. You can have 3 items equipped for consumables, and you have a pack which can hold 3 more items that you can then trade out. So you could have like a different weapon in there or a different armor, and you could trade out. You could re-equip in the middle of battle if you need to. And then everybody's got their actual... Let me know when you come back, Tim, by the way. Like, if you come back and I'm just talking, you know, you can say, oh, I'm back. each character's card has abilities on it too. Like Remy has wings, so she can fly, right? And you have your each character has their own like amount in the skills at the bottom that you use for skill tests. And you start off with these 4 characters. Remy, Zeke, Nightingale, and Rook are the main characters of the story. But later in the campaign, you can get additional adventurers to join your party, and then you can choose which ones you want to bring with you. You can always only have 4 in a scenario, but you could choose. So maybe we'll get a couple other people, and we could choose to, like, not bring Rook and instead bring some other character or whatever. So you can trade out party members later on once you find more people to join you. You can make or download endless scenarios. Yeah, that is pretty good. That's one good thing about the Pathfinder thing, for sure. You love passive, special effects, and enchantments? Me too, Voices for Days. Me too. Upgrades you find you keep, it's part of your set for next scenario. Yeah, that's how this game is. It's one continuous campaign that's very, very long. I mean, there are a ludicrous number of encounters in this book. It's a huge book. It's got a bigger scenario book or a bigger campaign book than any board game in the world. It's like 400 and some pages. It's ridiculous. It's this gigantic spiral-bound tome. And these characters will just grow in power and grow in power as, I need to save the game, by the way. Eventually, you've got like tons of disciplines, and you've got tons of every gear slot is full, and you've got upgrades, and your characters get very, very, very strong. And then when you face the enemies have AI cards that look like this. So every enemy has its own AI card, and you just go through its AI steps, and it'll tell you what the enemy will do. And the enemies can be pretty complex. They have their own passive abilities, they have their own special abilities to get triggered. So there's a lot to the enemies as well, and there's a lot of enemy types. And then there's big bosses too. There's like big boss fights that you have with like big enemies that are really tough and do all kinds of complicated stuff. And there's tons of loot, there's tons of items, like there's 4 different tiers of items. Mundane, common, uncommon, rare, and then there's unique items as well. So, there's a shitload of items you can get. And tons of disciplines to choose from as well. There's 5 different types. They're like kind of like schools of magic, or like, but you can combine them however you want. There's no classes, so any character can take any disciplines they want, and any character can take any kind of gear they want. So you can spec out your characters and customize them exactly how you want them, any way you want, in any combination. So you're not bound to classes. So the amount of like diversity in the builds that you can do is enormous.
Oh, sorry about that, bud. I'm back.
Welcome back, welcome back. So, are you ready to proceed?
I am ready to proceed.
I don't know what we're doing. Oh yeah, was Rook's turn over?
Yes.
Yes, Fry Guy. Any character can be an expert at bardsmanship. Oh yeah, so it's Zeke's turn. I forgot that's my turn. Alright, so his range is only 4 with the crossbow, which is not a great amount of range. He's gonna go 1... 2... 3, 4, 5... Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... He can't really get into position to attack either. But if he moves up to here, he'll have 1 stamina left, and he will have to just chill. He'll get his mend tokens out. He'll get his mend tokens out, and he'll be done. So the cave sickles are gonna go now.
Okay, cave sickle number 1 is probably going to be targeting Nightingale.
Really?
Yeah. So, opponent with range 4, we're going to make a range 4 attack. And I think you said it's initiative. Whoever's leftmost on the initiative is the tiebreaker.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't specify closest opponent or anything.
Right.
All right.
So, this is going to be 2 others, so he's rolling orange.
Is she gonna dodge?
Yeah. We'll go ahead and do the occult shirt. Okay, a 10 is a miss. Thanks to the dodge.
Yay.
Cannot avail myself of the free counter.
So then
Okay,
it'll still do its next step.
yeah. So then move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage within movement range. That's also a tie.
I told you you can order this game right from the developer's website. Succubus Publishing.
And then make a follow-up attack. $11 hits. So that's 2 points of damage she's taking.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use any of my rerolls on this. And then now we've got to try and inflict poison. Force 9.
She
So
fortunately
reminder.
has the best conviction in the party.
Oof.
Oh, they're sold out on their website of Act 1 for now. Until after the next...
Okay,
After
this
the
was
next
a
Kickstarter wave.
abysmal roll, so I am going to use the encounter power to re-roll it.
Okay. What did you roll?
I rolled a 3 and a 2.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's going to avoid the poison.
Yay.
Then the second one I think is going to do the exact same thing.
Can it? So it's attacking range. Can it get to her? I mean, oh, it can shoot her. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
But it does have a -1 because of allies in the way.
Okay.
People in the way.
Let's go ahead and dodge with the last stamina point here. Oh, nice dodge.
Good dodge. She's got like a 15 defense now. Because she gets that passive +1 whenever she doesn't run a skull on dodge. People in the way. That's right, Nux.
Okay, so that is a definite miss.
Big old bunch of miss.
Now, they can't move through us, right?
No, they can't move through us.
So I'm saying he would move there and attack Rook.
Hold on, does it have... What does it want to do? It wants to move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage. It might...
Yeah.
It is willing to jump over pits and shit if it has to, if it can possibly get next to her. It's even willing to take break attacks. So where was it? Was it there?
No, one to the left.
So it might still be able to actually get to her if it comes over here and jumps over this pit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and comes around. It'll try to do that.
So it will provoke break attacks.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay.
It won't do anything that would result in its guaranteed defeat, but it will do things where it has a risk of harm if it can do it to follow the instructions on its card as close as possible.
Okay. That makes sense.
So, yeah, Rook gets to make a break attack first.
All right. I'm going to exhaust the Warhammer to empower it. So that's a 10, which is a hit of 2. And 2 more. So yeah, it's 4 to the... Which one is making this insane move?
Purple. Then purple has to roll a black die to see if it can jump across. So if it rolls a skull, it dies. So it jumps across, but now it provokes a break attack from Zeke. Although, I think Zeke has to have a melee weapon. So yeah, Zeke doesn't get to do a break attack, actually. Because he's got a crossbow.
Okay.
So then it actually does get to where it's going and can attack her again.
Okay, that's going to be a hit of... Is the dodge stuff still active, or is it just for the one attack?
It's just for the one attack.
Okay. Yeah, so that's going to be a hit of 3 plus... Let's see what else. 5.
Ouch.
Yeah, that hurts.
It's too bad that guy didn't get killed on the way.
Yeah.
On the way. Plus, then it's going to do its poison thing.
Yeah,
again.
then it's going to...
So she's got to roll conviction again against Force 9.
God,
Oh,
no.
getting very unlucky here.
Yeah.
You could technically re-roll that with Ethereum Couture if you want.
That's what I'm thinking. I just to go through. I mean, yeah, I might as well. This is rough for early on.
Either that, or you could just take the poison, and one of us could use a balm on her, hopefully before her turn comes up. I don't know, but we don't know what the initiative is going to be.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. Whatever you think
Bomb
is.
can maybe be the backup plan, but yeah, I'm gonna re-roll this 3 here. Okay.
I didn't see what you rolled, but I'm going to assume it wasn't great.
No, it's a 4. Alright, so I'm poisoned. I don't even know what that means.
It means you take a purple die of irreducible. We've got a poison token right down here next to her, actually. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Purple die of irreducible at the start of your turn. But if somebody else can use a balm on her before her turn, she won't take it, so...
Right.
Cave Sickles are kicking our ass already. You know what,
Okay.
though? Hold on. This Cave Sickle, this purple Cave Sickle was not within SOI of 2 allies when he attacked her just then.
Oh, that's right.
Should have rolled white and orange. But I don't know. If you because didn't you roll pretty high on those orange dice?
I did, yes.
So I would say you could replace one of those rolls with a white die, and you might take a little less damage at least.
Okay.
Well, not much less.
Yeah, a couple less.
All right. Well, what is Orange Guy
Okay,
doing there?
Orange Guy is not. Yeah, he's not within range 4.
So it looks like he'll move and attack Rook.
Yeah.
We didn't quite get our placement right for this first round. We could have done it so they all would have attacked Rook, but we didn't quite.
Yeah,
we
didn't quite
didn't quite plan it right.
No, it's within SOI of 1 of them, so orange and white.
Yeah, next animate party wipe, right? Smart.
That's not going to hit anything.
That's a miss. Yay. Unfortunately, he doesn't do anything else.
Yep, that's it for the Cave Sickles.
Alright. How much health does Nightingale have? 15?
Yeah.
Actually, no. She should have 19. She gets 4 health from Ethereum Couture.
Oh, I didn't see that.
On top of the occult shirt. So she has a grip of health. Poor Zeke only has 14. Remy has 17, and yeah, sometimes you gotta check the left side of the cards, because some items will give you extra health, armor, defense, movement. Even ones that aren't armor, like, you know, some of the accessories and stuff. Or even relics might give you extra stats sometimes.
Nice, thank you for the catch.
Alright, well, that's it for the Cave Sickles. So, reshuffling initiative. Then it says, the owner from my local board game store is getting Middara. It's just on back order right now, so you'll have to wait until he gets it. Oh yeah, it's worth it. I would buy it. If you get an opportunity to buy it, because it's a fantastic board game, and there is a tremendous amount of content in the box. Like, it'll take you forever to play through all the scenarios in Middara. Alright, we start with Remy. Remy gets her stamina up to 5. So she's going to come and start slaying if she can. Well, she's got one right here, this purple one. So let's... She's actually going to move like this and stay in the green. Because you get a defensive bonus if you're in the green. Okay, so she's going to... That costs her 1 to move. She'll attack against the little purple guy there. Oh, you know what? Hold on. She actually was here. She's going to use her free 1 square diagonal to move there. Now she'll attack. So she's rolling 2 white dice. She got a 10. A 10 with 2 extra damage. That's enough damage to kill it without doing anything fancy.
Yeah.
So your purple cave sickle is dead. And she actually hasn't used her move yet. Because she used her free diagonal. So now she can spend 1 to move. One, 2, 3, 4. And she has 2 left. She can attack red as well. Oh, that was so well planned. It's like I've played this before. Alright, so she's attacking red as well. Alright, that's a 10. She'll go ahead and exhaust her war axe to get damage from books. So she's hitting for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. Enough for a 1-shot.
Remy MVP.
Killing the red guy too. Get him out of here. Arr, you're dead. Clearing the board. And she's done.
Well, the 1 cave sickle that remains goes. An attack probably to...
Well, it has to be Rook, right? Nobody else was just within range?
Yep, yeah, that's right. So he's back to just 2 white dice.
Mm-hmm.
Rook is going to not dodge.
You do have a free dodge from Too Many Belts, but you can save it if you want. Oh, and you have a free dodge from defense. You have 2 dodges.
Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to need to be dodging some stuff here shortly. So I'm going to just let fate have this one. That is a miss, so then he is going to move to be adjacent to most damage. I think that's still Nightingale.
Yeah, so he wants to get next to Nightingale.
So he'll take a break attack from Rook to do it.
He will, yes.
Oh, Rook just smacked the shit out of him.
Ooh, that should be a kill.
Yeah, it's a hit of 3 with... Yeah, that's a kill.
Nice. Good job. Good job. Always nice to kill them before they can kill us.
that is, one would say, the point of this.
Oh, Nightingale goes before anyone else with a bomb. That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, you get to draw a loot card.
Oh, okay. $9 gold.
9 big gold. Okay, the gold is starting to flow in. Nightingale's turn. Unfortunately, she's got to take a purple die of irreducible damage right now.
That she does. 3. Now, I suppose let's think about this. How do we want to set this next fight up?
Well, we want to make sure the animate is attacking Rook. That seems like priority
Right.
number 1.
So I guess the question is then, is he going to run in to try and get adjacent to him first, or are we going to have him come to us?
Well, it's good to get adjacent to him if you can. Yeah. We don't have any forced movement or anything yet. I mean, if you position carefully enough, you might be able to get the animate to try to jump over that pit and possibly fall in. Because let's say you are within SOI of him. If you're within SOI, he'll SOI, he'll spell you, and then he'll try to move towards you. Doesn't look like there's a way to actually set that up, though, because if you're too far back, move to get up to range 4 and make a 4 attack. If you're in the right... No, I'm not seeing an easy way to actually get him to jump into the pit at this point.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not... If you're seeing a place where you can move that will force him to do that, but I'm not really seeing a place that will force him to do that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I would say Rook should move up close enough that the animate will take his last AI step. So in other words, move up not within his SOI, but close enough that he'll move towards you and ranged attack you.
Okay.
And then keep everyone else back at least 1 square further back behind where Rook is going to be. And then the round after that, we can kind of rush him. So I'd say if you can move Rook up, like, to just 1 square out of his SOI, that would be perfect.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay. So we'll get Rook. So we'll get Rook to move where my cursor is right now.
Rook's good. And just keep everybody else back from there.
Yeah, Nightingale is going to regain some stamina and move.
Is she going to balm herself, or do you want Deke to balm her?
I will go ahead and balm her.
Gotta figure out the embalming process.
Yeah, that's it for her.
She's no longer poisoned. That's good.
All right, Rook's going to regain 3 stamina. Spend 1 to move into position here.
Nice.
And that'll be it for him.
Alright, the animate's gonna go. Alright, the animate does not have damage. The animate does not have an opponent within SOI, so it's gonna move and attack within range 4. The nearest opponent, which is Rook. Thanks to clever positioning. 1, 2. It's just gonna move to there, I guess. And, attacking Rook. Is Rook gonna dodge?
Yes, Rook will dodge.
Teal orange. Oh, you got lucky. Terrible roll. He misses. And because he misses, he doesn't get to use Chains of Perdition to make an additional attack, which means his turn is over. Which means it's Zeke's turn. Zeke gets 3 stamina. How close is Zeke to 1, 2, 3? Zeke is going to spend 1 heal token to restore 6 health to Nightingale.
Thank you.
That costs him an SP, but he gains an SP back from Mend because he gassed it on somebody else. Can he get into range to shoot this guy is the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If he moves to here, he can shoot the animate. So he's got 3 stamina. He's gonna... He's gonna attempt to empower this. And he's rolling white-purple, which is kind of bad, but... Alright. He did hit. A hit of 1. What's he got for symbols? He's going to exhaust his crossbow to do +3 armor piercing, which will ignore the 3 points of armor that the animate has.
Nice.
He gets 1 damage per shield. Hit of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 damage. He did 6 damage to the animate. Ignores the armor. Then in addition, he's got the sickle venom. So he's doing a poison force 9. The animate has really good conviction. Yeah, the animate shrugs off the poison like it's nothing. But he still did a nice beefy hit, and his turn is over. So that makes it initiative again. Uh-oh, animate's going first. Well, now we have opponents within SOI. So, oh, first he heals 2 damage. So he goes down to 4 damage. He has opponents within SOI. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got Rook and Zeke. Prioritizing the opponent with the lowest conviction value without darkness. Purple, white. Purple, white. So it'll go to initiative. Rook is higher on initiative, so he's going to go against Rook. So he's casting a spell against Rook. His casting die is white. Oh no. Rolled a 7. So he's got a 13 force spell coming into Rook.
Oh, that definitely hits.
Okay. So Rook is going to suffer darkness. Darkness. Here you go. You have -1 defense and you may not dodge. That can also be balmed, of course. After putting darkness on you, he's going to ranged attack against the person with darkness. So now you can't dodge this and your defense is only 9. And he's attacking with good dice. Could have been worse. Unless you have a way to make him re-roll that 8, for example.
I don't have a way of making him reroll the 8. I do have a way of getting him to ignore the symbols from it, though, so we will do that.
Alright, well in that case, he's probably not going to hurt you that bad. He probably won't hurt you at all because of your armor, right? So he's hitting you for 2 damage is all.
Yeah, that does not go through the armor.
Okay, so then he's going to move toward you. Toward the nearest opponent, but again, the tiebreaker will be initiative, so it's Rook. He moves to here. And he'll attack you again. This time he has to empower because of heavy cleave. You cannot dodge yet again. Oh, fuck. Well, this might be a caress moment. I don't know. We'll see how much damage this adds up to. That's 5 plus... each book and shield is 1. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 damage before armor.
Okay, so 5 damage coming through it. Yeah, I think I will go ahead and use the cuirass.
Okay. Oh, and he hit with an attack, so now Chains of Perdition goes off. Oh wait, he hit with the other attack. Well, either way, he gets an extra attack from Chains of Perdition. Which is... oh, fuck. Are you serious?
Ouch.
Which is... a hit of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Maybe you used the cuirass on this one. This actually technically would have taken place before the other attack.
Okay, yeah, let's do that then. So I'll take the 5.
Yeah.
That is a dumb hit.
Yeah, what
I think that's...
what an asshole.
I mean, there's one roll of the black die that would be better for damage. Other than that, I think that's max damage.
That wasn't even... he didn't even have the black die that time.
Okay.
That was just these 2 dice did 11 damage. Because you have a defensive 9 with darkness. 15, that's a hit of 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2 from the star. So 11 without the black die. So, what a dick. He casts a spell on you and attack 3 times. That's pretty much how animates get down.
Right.
And he healed himself for 2. So, those guys are real assholes. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, at least Rook survived. He has darkness. The animate is done. It's Rook's turn.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and regain 3 stamina. I'm going to balm off the darkness and drink a juice box.
Sweet.
All right, now what's he gonna do? that isn't just smack this thing in the face twice. Courage Stifle. He's got really good conviction dice, right?
Yeah, but he's also got 3 armor, so if you hit him physically, you're not
Well, maybe
bypassing his armor.
we do 1 and 1. See what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and empower the. Now, okay, can I use my Warhammer to empower a spell?
Yes. You could
Okay.
use the Empower on the Warhammer to empower your Courage Stifle, which would
I
be
think I'm
pretty
gonna
great,
try
actually.
that. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Wait, you only roll 1 dice when you're casting a spell.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
mean, it doesn't matter, they're
I
both
rolled
2,
2.
but... So,
So 2, 4, 10.
alright, 10 is pretty decent. 10 is decent. His conviction is good, though. Oh, he got exactly a 10. What a dick. So he resists it.
Okay, then I think we're gonna try and. Yeah, I'm gonna try it again.
Might as well. There you go.
Oh, much better. 11.
Isn't it 13?
No, I don't have it empowered this time.
Yeah, but isn't 7 plus
Oh,
6
yeah.
13?
Thank you.
I like how I asked that like a question. Like, isn't 7 plus 6 13? What is your opinion on that? You know, it's a matter of opinion. Some
No,
people
it's-
disagree as to what 7 plus 6 equals. Let's see if he rolls. Oh, you got him with it.
All right, so he takes 8 magic damage.
Completely bypasses his armor. Cool, he's down to 6 hit points left. Very effective.
And that's it for Rook.
Okay.
Nightingale.
Yeah, Nightingale's turn.
All right, let's see if we can't get this thing wilted.
Wilt is very good against animate. It's good against everything, but it's good against animates just because they have armor, so it helps everybody do more damage to it than...
All right, no need to move.
The unmoved mover.
Okay, I am going to... Yeah, I'm probably going to use this thing to add white magic damage into the mix. Let's see what the roll goes.
Good idea. So you're going to empower this spell?
Yeah, I can just do that with stamina, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a risk. If you roll the skull, you take 3 irreducible damage, but...
Yeah, but I'm good with that.
Oh, good spell.
So yeah, I will go ahead and exhaust the staff to add a white damage of magic dice.
Hell yeah, you will.
White damage of magic dice, I said.
That costs us another stamina point, by the way. So essentially, you've spent 4 stamina on this spell.
Oh, to exhaust the staff does?
Yeah, see how it says 1 SP under there?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
But still, this is going to be a beefy spell, because what is your force? Like 15?
Yeah, 6, 7, and 2, so yeah, 15.
So it's probably not going to resist. It does not resist. So not only do you do all the effects of the spell, you get to roll another white die, and you're probably going to kill it outright here. In fact, you will kill it outright, because just the damage of the spell will kill it.
The white damage is 2.
So you did 8 damage plus willed. 6 damage is enough to kill it, so actually, it's dead. That's simple. Animate's easy to kill now. We just farm these fucking things.
Right? All day.
All day. All day. Okay. You defeated the animate. You can draw loot. What'd we get? 4 gold.
4 gold.
That's disappointing. It's not an appropriate amount of gold for an animate.
Okay, and then I could spend my last stamina point to run over to the chest, but I'll let somebody else gather that because I wouldn't have anything left to open it.
Okay. Good job.
All right, take us home.
Alrighty then, it's Zeke's turn. Zeke has 3 stamina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He moves to the chest, spending 1 stamina, spends another stamina point to do an encounter action to open the chest. Blue loot! You find a pile of treasure, gain 10 gold and 2 random consumables. So I'll add 10 to our gold up here. 2 random consumables. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. What do we got? We've got... Hyper Energy HP Potion and an MF Fortitude. Unfortunately, he's already got 3 consumables, so both of those have to just go into his pack. But somebody else can take them from him with a re-equip action. And he's done.
Oh, we each get a random consumable. Or no, that's at the end. Sorry. I was thinking utility core, but we're not there yet. Oh, right.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet. You don't know. Bad things could happen when we reveal the exit. I mean, doesn't look like it, given how small that text is, but you never know.
Yeah, it might just say the party dies anyway. Lol.
Thanks for playing, sucker. I hope you enjoyed our $200 board game. Alright, whose turn is it? Remy? She can probably get to the exit if she gets motivated enough. She can fly 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 1 free diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She can't get to the exit, actually.
You keep calling it her free diagonal. Doesn't it cost a stamina point?
Nope. Shady training. Exhaust. It's just an exhaust ability. There's no,
so that red circle with a 1 next to it is a bullet point?
Oh, fuck. You're right. I've been doing it wrong this entire time. It does cost a stamina point. I'm a cheater. I'm literally a cheater this whole time. I don't know where she was. She doesn't get there, is the upshot. She's just gonna move there and hang her head in shame. Oh.
Honest mistake. I mean, that's confusing as hell.
I never even noticed that it had a stamina thing next to it. No,
so all your playthroughs and everything were same deal?
Yeah, I don't think I ever spent a stamina point for that in my life. Now that I'm looking at everybody else's abilities, everybody else does not have, for some reason, because it says 1 and the one under it says 2, I was just
Yeah.
thinking like, oh, that's her special ability 1 and special ability 2. I mean,
Right.
I knew that Avian Flight took 2. See, the thing is, her card changed. This isn't what her card used to be in the original version. Like my physical board game, she doesn't have that shady training ability.
Oh,
She just
okay.
straight up doesn't have it. She only had Avian Flight. Then they added that other one. I don't know why they felt they needed to add another ability to her, but they did. And so, for some reason, when I started playing with the new version of the card in Tabletop Sim, I guess it just didn't occur to me. But yeah, you're right. She should be spending a stamina point for that every time. I've been cheating. Okay. Well, whatever. Her turn is over. Everything she's done. She gives up. She commits seppuku. So you didn't actually graduate. That's right. We have to go back and redo the entire mast. You got devered, son. Yeah, your life and your... Yeah, you reveal the red thing for the exit and it just says your life and your quest end here. Announcement, Josiah is a cheater. Nightingale can probably get to the exit.
She can indeed.
Alright, so we made it to the exit. Let's look at what the exit says. Each party member gains 1 XP, but we do not restore adventurers. So I'll put the XP on over here on the adventure sheet. We all have 3 now.
So does that mean, without restoring, does that mean our once per encounter items are not reset?
No, once per encounter things are reset. Exhaust things are unexhausted. You go back to 3 stamina, and the only things that don't reset are your health, so any damage you have on you stays. And if you flipped any cards, which none of us even have any flip cards, I don't think, yet. If you flipped any cards, they... And if you have any buff, if you have any round or square tokens on you, they go away. If you have round tokens, like the heal tokens, they stay.
I'll probably only ask that 83 more times, so...
That's fine. I had to look it up a bunch of times before I got... So yeah, we don't have any flipped cards yet. But eventually we'll have cards that'll say flip on them. And when you flip a card, it stays unflipped until you restore. So it's like a daily, basically. It doesn't come back between encounters. It only comes back when you take a long rest, essentially. Okay, now is when we get our free things from utility cores. So Nightingale gets a free thing, and Zeke gets a free thing. You don't have to draw randomly. You get to pick.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, for example, I'm going to pick a Magic Balm. Now, because we're not restoring adventurers and we're not shopping and training, we don't get to do any free trading of items right now. So Zeke has a ridiculous number of consumables on him at the moment, which means, you know, when the next encounter starts, somebody might want to take some of these things off of him with a re-equip action.
Yeah. Josiah, I don't have the ability to search through the consumables deck. Would you select something for me, please?
Oh, yeah, I don't know why you... Oh, wait. For some reason... Do you now?
Oh, I do now.
Yeah, for some reason it just wasn't combining properly. Yeah, so this item automatically goes to the person who has the utility core, which is Nightingale, but then somebody else could take it if...
I think I'll take one of these bottled blessings.
They're really good. They're really good. Reroll any dice you just rolled. That's nice because you can use it to reroll the black, which a lot of the reroll things don't let you reroll the black. But that'll let you reroll black.
Yeah.
So Zeke now has 2 balms. So yeah, one of your 2 characters should take at least one of these items from him on the first turn of the next encounter, probably.
Okay.
Okay, so we successfully completed that one. We get to continue to rumble in the dark. We immediately go to another encounter. There's not another story section in between. Oh, so we need to clear this stuff. And then... those didn't go away. Okay. Alright, let's try again. Next encounter, rumble in the dark. Load page. So let me see. Does it look like everything's correct? We've got a loot token, an animate. Oh, we get to deal with a current. Fun. A water loa, another loot token. Starting section, we got the weird fingers coming up. More pits. Animate. A blue objective token. Alright, so this one says, you come across another animate staring at you from beyond a chasm. It looks like it might try to jump across to reach you. To your left, you hear a raging current of water rushing through an aqueduct of sorts. As you peer through the stone sculptures lining the way, you catch glimpses of a water loa playfully splashing, unaware of your presence. You see a path that leads deeper into the vaults, but the direct path to your destination is cut off by pits. A lot of pits. Win condition is blue exit. Lose condition, everybody's defeated. Special encounter rules. There's a perilous walkway. When a figure ends their movement on or leaves a special terrain space printed on tile UM66, that would be these two orange spaces over here in the upper left corner. So those two spaces represent a perilous walkway. If we end our movement on or leave those spaces, you have to make an agility 10 check, and if you fail, the space becomes dangerous terrain. In other words, a pit. In other words, it collapses. Also, there are slow currents, which move figures and tokens one space. The current runs through this entire water, and it runs from over here, the left-hand side, and up. So whenever you're in the water, it's going to be moving you to the right and up. Unless you have the heavy tag, which Rook does, because he gets the heavy tag from his combo of Warhammer and Shield.
Yeah.
So Rook will not be moved by the current, but anyone else will be. Except for the water loa. They're immune to the water terrain, so the water loa doesn't get moved by the current either. Then there's various loot. The blue objective token. First time an adventurer enters tile UM44, read the following text. So UM44 is this one here with the blue objective. So as soon as we enter this tile, we have to read something.
Which tile was that just at?
This one here. The one with the blue token on it. We enter that tile, we have to read something.
Okay.
I thought there was a achievement on this encounter. I guess not. I guess I'm thinking of a different encounter. All right, and where are we deploying? Down there? Okay. So, do we have all the initiative cards in play? Yes, we do. Which one? Which monster do you want to take?
I'll let you keep going with the animates.
I have to unlock these. Okay. All right. Shuffling initiative track. All right. Good night, Smart. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out.
Smart. Okay. Is there a figure with an SOI with an effect? No. Is there more than one opponent adjacent? No. Is there an opponent with an SOI? No. Can it move and attack an opponent within range 6?
Keep in mind, all this red stuff here blocks.
Yeah, that blocks everything.
So I don't believe it.
So yeah,
can do
Waterloo
anything.
is not going to be a part of the thing for the time being. Remy.
All right, Remy. Well, if we're clever, we can get that animate to jump over the pit, as was even sort of suggested in the text. If we stay out of its SOI, it's going to have to jump over the pit to get to us, which gives us a 1 in 6 chance of it just instantly dying. That means basically not moving forward at all, though.
Okay.
So do you want to try to make it come to us?
Yeah, I do.
And then when it's moving up to do that, it's going to be nearest opponent. So if we can engineer things, we can engineer it so that it'll have to be Rook, right? If Remy actually moves further away, oh, there is nowhere she can move, though. Oh, she could. Oh, but then she'd be flying over there and activating the Loa. Maybe not the best idea.
But Rook's still the closest, isn't he?
Let's see. What does it want to do? Nearest opponent. Yeah, I think if Remy moves, like, over here... it'll definitely go after Rook. I mean, if it moves... it'll still be in range for either of them is where it gets tricky. And Remy's ahead in the initiative, so I'm not sure... It's counting by range, which counts diagonals. So they'd be equinear. Equinear, really? Yeah, equinear. That's what I said. So I think it's probably going to attack Remy no matter what, unless she flies over here.
And that would activate the Loa.
So she could just kind of stay where she is.
Yeah, I mean, the opening salvo with that is just a ranged attack.
Right, and she does have dodges. She has the too many belts and everything, so I think what she'll do is she'll move... No, she can't move there, then she'll be an SOI. She'll just move one over. And save her 2 points. And kind of get out of the way a little bit. And then we'll just go from there. So Nightingale probably doesn't want to move at all, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Nightingale is not going to do anything this round. Now we've got the animate.
Alright, so the animate is going to move and attack an opponent within range 4. The nearest opponent. Well, hold on. It says move to be at up to range 4 from the nearest opponent. Like, technically, Rook is nearer by movement. And it starts off moving... I don't know, this is kind of a gray area. I think this is kind of a judgment call. You could argue it either way, that it would go after Rook or it would go after Remy.
Isn't there a golden rule that applies to this situation?
Yeah, I think the golden rule is choose the thing that's least advantageous for us. So I guess that would be it going after Remy, right?
Right.
But first it has to jump the pit. Come on, skull. No skull. It's just going to move to there. And it's going to do a ranged attack against Remy. Remy is going to dodge using too many belts. She got nothing but books. Doesn't really help, but she does get 1 from the passive, so she's got a defense of 11. The animate's rolling good dice. Oh no. So it hit her for 13. 13 over 11 is 2 plus 3, 4, 5, 6 damage.
Oof.
But she does have... If you dodge and the attack deals damage, reduce physical damage dealt to you by 2 from too many belts. So she does get that, so she'll only take 4. Unfortunately, because it hit, because it gets Chains of Perdition. It gets to follow up with another attack of the same range and damage type. So she'll dodge this with Occult Shirt. Okay, her defense is 13 this time. Oh, what is these rolls?
Damn.
What is these rolls? Alright. So that's 14 over 13. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. Again, that's passive, so she can reduce that by 2. So she takes 3. When you exhaust a card, you continue to benefit from other properties of the card. You just can't use the exhaust ability again. Just so you know.
Okay.
So she's taken 7 points of damage there. Ouch. See, this is where it would have been great to have fortune telling. That discipline fortune telling. Because we could have just made it fall in the pit automatically.
Well, we couldn't have started with it within our SOI, right? Otherwise it wouldn't try and jump over the pit.
Right, but I mean, since it was going to jump in the pit, since it was going to jump, we could have just made it roll a skull, is what I'm saying, which would have been pretty handy. But we can't get that ability yet because it was a tier 2, so we couldn't have started with it. So the animate's done, so it's Zeke's turn. Zeke has a heal left over from last time, and he's going to use Mend to get another heal token. So he has 3 now, but he's going to spend 1 immediately. Get Remy back to 1 damage. He's going to try to get into position to shoot this guy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to move to here. Move to here. His rook's gonna go next. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, he'll move to there. And he'll shoot the crossbow. Which is white-purple. Okay, that's terrible, but he can use the quiver. Exhaust. to re-roll this. Oh, made it even worse. Okay, so he just straight up misses. And accomplishes nothing. And is done. So now it's Rook's turn. It's probably good to get adjacent to the animate if you can.
Yeah, I think I can easily. So this is the second round, right? Where we're restoring stamina?
No, we're still on the first round. You only have 3 stamina.
Okay. That's right. All right, so yeah, then I'm going to just spend 1 stamina point to move up. I don't believe this has a chance of triggering the water Loa, because not within line of sight, so...
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I'll go ahead and exhaust the Warhammer to try an empowered courage stifle against this thing.
Awesome.
Okay, so that's a fairly good
Ooh.
roll. 15.
15 force. I like it. Gets a 12. You got him.
Okay, so yeah, 8 magic damage.
Perfect.
And that's Rook.
All right. Shuffling. Animate goes first, unfortunately. So the animate has Rook right there. First, he's going to heal 2 damage. Now he has an opponent adjacent, so he's going to attack Rook with Empower. You going to dodge
Rook will
this?
dodge, yep.
Okay. Oh, he missed. He rolled a skull on the Empower.
Oh, nice.
And because he missed, he doesn't get Chains of Perdition. So then he moves up to 2 spaces farther from the target without provoking break attacks. So he's going to move here. And he's done. Rook's turn.
Okay, so I mean, I think for the most part, we're going to keep forcing him back, right? I want to try and stay in melee with him unless...
Yeah, I think he's the least dangerous if we're starting off with Rook adjacent to him, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, then we'll regain 3 stamina points, spend 1 to move adjacent.
Oh yeah, we forgot the re-equipping. At some point, somebody needs to get some of these items off of Zeke. Get one of these bombs when you have an opportunity. Oh, last round would have been perfect too, because Nightingale literally did nothing.
Right. Okay. Then yeah, I think we're just gonna do the same trick.
Empowered Courage Stifle?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, not nearly as good. But a 11.
Still pretty good. 11's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh no! Well, the good news is he didn't roll that to attack you.
That is good news.
Yeah, but the bad news is he doesn't take any damage from the Courage Stifle.
That's it for Rook. Zeke.
Alright, Zeke's turn. Zeke will get 3 stamina. He will... move up to here. Shoot the crossbow. Purple white. Good roll. Bad roll. Use the quiver. Reroll the 2. Oh, well, it's a hit. He'll exhaust to ignore the armor. So that's an 11 versus a 9. That's a hit of 2 plus 1 per shield and 1 per star. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's actually 5 damage with the armor piercing.
Yeah, decent hit.
Yeah, it's not bad. And then there's a chance of poisoning. A small chance. It's only force 9. Oh, you only rolled a 5!
Nice.
He's poisoned! You're poisoned, sucker. So that's irreducible damage he's going to take. We could literally just run away now and let him die. Like, he's guaranteed to die at some point now, basically, because of the poison, but because he has no way of removing it.
Yeah, but
Unless
he's slowly backing up to the water loa.
Yeah, eventually the water loa could remove his poison if she gets active. All right. Oh no, that's it for Zeke. So Remy's gonna go. Remy might not be able to get into position to attack. Well, she probably can. She can fly. So how much stamina does she have? Oh, she has a lot. Okay. So she has a lot of stamina. So she spends 2 to fly. And she flies 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She doesn't provoke break attacks because of flying. Then she could spend 1 to do her not free diagonal. She could spend
Free,
1.
not free.
Oh wait, that'll provoke though. If she did that. She doesn't need to spend 1 to do that. She could spend 1 to just fly more. Fly 2 more squares, not provoking, get into flank. And now she can spend her 2 to attack.
Remind me how flanking works in this game.
You just get +2 to hit.
Okay.
If you have a weapon with the backstab trait, you get +3 to damage also. When you have a flank attack, but she doesn't have backstab on her weapons. So +2 to hit. She's rolling 2 white dice. Oh, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, that's good.
That's 11. That's 13 versus 13 versus 9 is 4 plus. She can exhaust her war axe. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage minus armor of 3. So she did 7. Oh, yeah, that's enough to kill it.
Yeah. Remy always has the big hits.
Alright, so the animate is dead. Red animate is dead. Didn't get a chance to take poison damage, sadly, but that's okay. Oh, wait, is she activating anything? No, that's not a totem. It doesn't activate on line of sight. It only activates when we enter that tile. So...
But the water loa may be able to go now, I think.
Yeah. We'll see what the water loa does. It's Nightingale's turn.
Okay. Well, Nightingale is going to move. Move here, and we're going to spend a stamina point to do the re-equip action.
Alright, so take this balm at least, and you can take something else too, because as you see, I've got 5 things here. So I've got a Hyper Energy HP potion, or an MF Fortitude.
I like the MF Fortitude.
Alright, take that too then. I think MF stands for motherfucking. What else could it stand for?
Yeah, I think it's gotta.
I always feel like Samuel L. Jackson should have had his own like product line just called Motherfucker. Product line of whatever called Motherfucker.
And I think that's all she can and will do this round.
Okay.
So Waterloo.
Can the Waterloo do anything?
So can it move and attack an opponent within range 6? I believe that it can. It has 6 movement.
So if it does, it wants to be at range 6 from the nearest opponent. Whoever that would be.
Okay.
But if somebody's not, if she can't get to Zeke because of the blocking terrain, then he wouldn't count, right? So.
Yeah, I believe it's here to attack Nightingale.
Yeah, that looks right.
Okay, so her combat dice are not great.
Nightingale gonna dodge.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and use the shirt.
Yeah, her combat dice suck. So that's the good news.
All right, so Nightingale right now is a 12.
Nice.
And no, that's a miss.
Good.
And that's everything. Okay, then make a ranged 6 attack against the opponent with the lowest total armor value.
Well, that's what she just did. First
Oh.
she moved, then she attacked.
I'm sorry, I read that as a follow-up. Okay, yep.
Oh,
That's
did
it
she
for
have any
Waterloo.
books, though? Because she gets +1 to the attack roll per book.
She had 1 book, yeah. Or no, 2 books. So that's 11.
Still a miss, right? Because
Still a
of
miss.
your dodge?
Yes.
Nice. All right. Looks like we're starting the next round.
Yep.
Oh, the animate shouldn't be. Oh, no, there's another animate on the board. It just doesn't get to do anything yet. It looks like we're going right back in with the Waterloa.
I think this animate's got a... Yeah, I think it does have something to do.
Move
Because
and
I think it
attack
can move and attack Remy. But
No.
Waterloo is first.
It can't get there. Even with a move of 6 and a range of 4.
Yeah.
6 will only get it to here, and 4 is only...
Oh,
It's the edge. It's the edge of this tile is its range.
okay. All right, so any people within SOI that have effects? I don't believe so.
Mm-mm.
Is there more than one opponent adjacent? No. Is there an opponent within sphere of influence? No, right?
Nope. Nobody's within 4.
Okay, so yeah, we're just repeating the ranged attack
Yep.
against
looks like it.
Remy, who has no means to dodge. Well, she can spend a stamina point to dodge, so let's do that.
Against Nightingale or Remy?
Yeah, sorry, against Nightingale. Dodge is no help. Nope, this is a passive, right? So that applies to all the dodge rolls.
Yep.
So
you still
okay.
get that 1 point. Yeah.
Well, and so she's at 11 right now. And that's a miss.
Barely, because with the 2 books, that's a 10. So that would have hit if not for the bare minimum dodge.
Yep.
Wouldn't have done much though.
Yeah, I did miss the books, but yeah. Okay, animate. Is
Anima
nothing, so Zeke.
can't do anything. So Zeke. Well, just kind of. Oh, wrong character. He's just kind of going to be doing some moving this time. So if he's moving 3 or 6, 7, 8. If he's moving full movement, he can move 10. Is he going to move 10? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 will get him to here. I mean, he could try to... Where was he? Well, he was here, right? He's actually got a pretty good agility. He could probably just jump the pit. I mean, a decent agility.
And he's... Can Nightingale assist him?
Yeah, she can with her strength of 2. So if he just jumps the pit from where he is, he's rolling 2d6. I mean, he's rolling 2 purple dice with a +6, and he only needs to get a 10. So I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I think even the minimum roll gets him over.
Yeah, so he actually just jumps across. 1, 2. So maybe he actually will get into position to attack. 3. And he could attack from there without triggering this thing and without triggering the animate. So he'll try to shoot the Loa. With his 4 dice. What the hell? Try to shoot the Loa. Well, symbols are ignored on her, unfortunately. He's going to go ahead and use the quiver to re-roll that 3. Okay, that's better. That's 13. She's got a defensive 9.
It's a hit of 4.
It's a hit of 4. All the symbols are ignored, so it's just going to be 4. But he has an opportunity to poison her as well. So she's rolling conviction against force 9.
Okay, her conviction dice are not as bad as her attack dice.
Oof. Oh.
I was flipping them, not rolling them.
Hey,
so
she
7.
failed. So she actually is poisoned.
Poison.
Which is good.
Yep.
And, that's it for him. Makes it Nightingale's turn.
Okay. Nightingale's going to recover some stamina, and then let's see, what are we doing here?
She got mad stamina.
What is it? You get your agility to jump over the pit?
Yeah. You get your agility plus the strength of one adjacent person if you have somebody... Oh, she could use Rook's strength.
So yeah, Rook has 6 strength. She's got a 6 agility, so...
Guaranteed.
Or 5 agility. So yeah, she's getting over the pit. Problem is, I think this is the last space that we have this round that's going to be within Sphere of Influence without activating the animate. So we've still got a couple characters that have to act. What are you planning on doing with Remy this turn?
I don't know. Remy might fly down and go for that loot token. the loot down here. She
Okay.
might just fly over to that island. If she flies carefully, she could actually do it without activating the blue objective too.
All right. Well, Rook has a chance of killing her outright if he hits with a Courage Stifle.
True.
So
Although,
I think I'm gonna.
if you hit with Euthanasia, you could kill her too. Well, if you use your staff thing. Or
Yeah,
you
it's
could
true.
do so much damage that she'll die from the poison. Possibly. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of... But,
Okay, yeah. So I think she's in the best position to get over there with the least amount of risk. So yeah, she will go ahead and spend 1 to move. We'll do a second one to empower the spell, if that's allowed. And then 2 to actually cast the spell, and the final one to possibly deal an extra white damage. Don't know about that yet.
yeah, wait until you see how you roll first, right?
Exactly. Not great. That's an 11, and she's got good conviction dice.
11's pretty good, though.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well go ahead and spend the last stamina and exhaust the staff here.
Yay!
Oh, it hits.
You did it.
Okay, so she's taking 2 points of damage plus 6 from the spell is 8,
Should be enough to kill her.
which
Yeah.
is enough to kill her.
Doesn't even have to worry about the poison damage. It just is destroyed.
That's it for Nightingale. Rook.
Yeah. Rook might as well just move around the pit. I mean, if he wants to jump across, Remy can use her strength to help him. Her strength is 4, so he's got an agility of 1, right? So he'd have a
Yeah.
+5 if he wants to jump across right there.
Off of 2 purple dice.
Yeah, so it's almost guaranteed you'd succeed, right?
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, almost.
Or he could just move her all the way around, because
Well, I
there's
also
not
have
much
this
else to do this
ubiquitous
round.
plank.
Yeah, I mean, you could use the plank here. It seems kind of a waste
Yeah.
when it's just one.
Okay, let's live a little. We'll try the athletics roll.
All right.
You guys totally got the animate, even if he falls. So.
If you fail, we've got Bottled Blessing. You can use Bottled Blessing to let him reroll.
That's
Also,
true.
Ethereum Tutorial could also let him reroll. So we've got backup plans. No
and he
problem.
easily makes.
So as soon as he
So he's
steps
there.
onto that tile, something happens.
Yeah.
All right, so he steps onto the tile. Make a Presence 12 check. If you pass, read A. If you fail, read B. So what's his presence? 4. So
4.
You need to roll an 8 or higher total on 2 purple. You made it.
And I make it.
If you pass, read A. Across the water, you can see another animate standing near a treasure chest. A real-life treasure chest. This one wasn't like the ones from the mast. This chest probably contained something of real value. The animate makes a horrible sound, like a mixture between a rattle and loud screech. It seems to be intimidated by your party. It braces itself for combat, guarding the chest closely. And that's all that happens. some different stuff happens if you fail. So you get to continue now. You've used.
Well,
what?
that's a movement of 6, which is his movement. So now it's just going to be like, what is the best position to have him stay at?
Another fun thing to do is if you can. Well, the thing is that the animate moves into. If you can somehow lure the animate to standing over by the edge of the waterfall, Rook won't go over the falls because he's heavy and ignores the current. But if you could lure the animate into standing there in front of Rook by the waterfall, then the current will take the animate over. That's also a possibility. But I don't know, again, if it's possible to get that precise of positioning.
I think we can get him to end his turn on the perilous walkway.
That would also be very good. Let me look at the rules for the perilous walkway again. Okay. Yeah, that has a chance of defeating him as well.
So I either need to be on the sort of last or either these two squares here, I think, gets it done.
Yeah, hey Sin, how you doing? Good to see you.
Which I can't do with just the stamina I have. Well, yes, I can.
You just need to be... Oh. You need to be...
That's okay, because if I'm
all the way over here.
No, I think if I'm still down here, doesn't that... When it comes to range, at least.
Oh, you're right.
So yeah, I have 4 movement points left with 2 stamina, so I'm going to spend the 2 stamina.
But I don't see how you get in there.
Going to move here, going to drop the ubiquitous plank.
But you can't drop the plank in the middle of your movement. If you drop the plank, it ends your move action.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I can't do it then.
The only way you could do it... How much movement do you have left? 4 squares?
4 squares, yeah.
The only way you could do it is if you jump again and succeed. Now, the stakes are low because if you try to jump over the water and fail, all that happens is you land in the water, which is not a big deal. So you could try to jump over 1 square of the water.
Okay. So I could put down my ubiquitous plank now and then jump over that 1 square of water to get it done.
No, you still can't put down the plank. Because you're in the middle of a move
Because I'm in the middle.
action.
Yes, you're right. You're right, sorry. Okay, well, yeah, we'll give it a shot.
But you're allowed to jump as many times as you want within a single move action. But actually, I think you'd have to jump both squares of water to get where you want, right? So you're actually got a difficulty of 12, and all you're adding is 1. All you're adding is
that's
1.
not going to happen.
But again, there's no real downside for failing. You'll just end up where you would have ended up anyway if you'd tried to wade through the water.
Okay.
You roll both of those dice. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Ooh, yeah, that did not happen.
So you just end up in the first square that you tried to jump over. You don't have to worry about the current because you're heavy.
Right.
So that's where your movement ends.
Okay.
Although I think you do keep a stamina point. When you fail the jump, you're not allowed to move anymore. But since you didn't keep moving the rest of the way, I think you didn't actually spend that last stamina point.
This is actually would set me up to move into an even better spot next time.
Alright, that's good.
But yeah, that's going to be it for him.
So if it's Remy's turn, how goes the game? It's going good, Sin. It's going good. We're having a good time. All right, so it's whose turn? Remy? Oh,
Remy.
yeah. Well, we don't have to worry about the blue objective token anymore. That comes off. She might as well... I mean, she's certainly not going to get over there to attack the animate, so she might as well go for this loot since she can fly down there and get it.
I'm going to go use the restroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay. So she spends 1 or 2 stamina points to fly 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And another stamina point to fly 2 more. She can land on the loot. And then she can't get it this round because she doesn't have any more stamina to pick it up. But yeah, she's good to go there. That means it's time for a new initiative. Oh, the Waterlow is dead, so the Waterlow comes out of the initiative track. And it's a new shuffling of the initiative track. Ooh, the animate goes last. That's awesome. And Rook goes first. That's actually perfect. So when Tim gets back, it'll be Rook's turn. I'm going to do ice time. That's right, it's ice time. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. Ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. Ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. Ice time. Are you back, Tim? No? Okay. Crushing up a Diet Sam's Cola bottle. Pouring some Diet Sam's Cola. I better take a super fast 2-minute break. Hey, Amaranth, good to see ya. Welcome.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Tim. We re-rolled initiative for the next turn, and Animate goes last and Rook goes first, which should be perfect. I'm going to take a super fast 2-minute break. Go ahead and you can go ahead and do your turn if you want. Stick around, stay tuned, don't touch that dial. I'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Hashtag super fast. Okay, I'm back. How you doing, Amaranth? Good to see you. All right, so what do we got going on, Tim?
You got the... Maybe I just read something I shouldn't have, but did you loot the blue container?
No, not yet. I just landed on it.
Ah, okay.
I didn't have enough stamina to pick it up yet.
Okay, I think the first thing I'm going to do is drop down this plank. Now, is the plank impacted by the current?
No, because the plank literally changes the terrain type.
Okay, so that gives everybody a little bridge to get across here. And then recover 3 stamina and spend 1 to move into position. Here.
Good position.
And then I think that's everything he's going to do.
All right.
Zeke.
Zeke's turn. Zeke will get his 3 stamina. And he will move. He's not really going to be able to probably... He has terrible range with the crossbow. I need to get some of those true flight arrows next time we can shop to let him extend his range. So he's just going to kind of move up into a position here. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll move like here. And just kind of wait. Nightingale's turn.
Okay.
Playing some Flight Sim and thought you'd chill here too? Sounds good. Flight Sim sounds fun. What are you flying today?
Okay, Nightingale's just going to move. End up there. And that'll be it for her turn.
Okay.
Remy.
Alright, Remy's first gonna get her 3 stamina, then she's gonna spend 1 to collect the blue loot. So blue loot. Oh, loot! When loot attacks! Gain 20 gold. Okay, we'll take the 20 gold. And spawn a water loa in water on the west side of tile UM50. So west side of UM50. Nice. Fun. I love it when extra monsters just appear and you don't expect it.
Yeah, it's the best.
Hey, did we get a loot token from that water loa that we just defeated?
No, we did not.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
Hey, gold.
In fact, hold on. In the last encounter, we should have gotten 2 loot cards. One from an animate and one from Cave Sickles. In this one, we should have gotten 2 more loot cards. One from the Loa and one from the animate. So I think we're owed 1 more.
We hate loot, apparently.
Yeah. So what is that, 15 we're adding on here?
Yep.
The 8 and the 7? Okay, so we're up to 58 gold. Yeah, how did
Does that
we forget
include the
about
20
loot?
that was in the chest?
Yeah, I added the gold from the chest. Let me make sure this adds up correctly. 13, 21, 28. Wait, what? Oh, we got 10 from a chest last time, right? Yeah, we got 10 from a chest last time. And 20 this. So yeah, it adds up correctly. We're good. So she collects the loot. Blue loot token can come off the board. She spawns a water loa. I mean...
And is my memory correct that her initiative just goes immediately after the current?
Yes, the water loa's card will come in right after Remy. That's right. The Loa is going to be able to attack Zeke, if nothing else, no matter where Remy goes. So... I guess Remy could go towards the Loa. But not within its SOI, because we don't really want it casting on us. So I guess she'll just fly for 6. She'll fly her 6 to here. She stays out of the SOI of both combatants. She ends her turn in the current, so the current moves her 1 this way. And she's done.
All right, Water Loa. No figure within SOI, no adjacent opponents, no opponents within the SOI, so it's going to move and attack within range 6. Move to be at up to range 6 from the nearest opponent, Remy.
Looks like it doesn't have to move at all.
Okay. So yeah, then we are making a ranged attack.
Remy can't dodge because she's in water, which sucks.
Fortunately, we're just rolling purple dice.
What?
Ooh, unfortunately, we rolled the max damage.
Look at all those books! Those are all adding to the attack roll!
That is a lot. 16. 16 to the attack roll.
Well, I have a defensive 10, so that's a hit of 6. And she can't dodge.
Once per encounter, we're going to go ahead and use our Ethereum code to her if she doesn't have a way to get you to reroll.
I don't think you can use Ethereum Couture for this.
Okay.
Because it says any dice
Oh,
you
within
or an
an
ally
SOI.
within SOI. So, is there anything she can do about that 6 damage? There's really not. She's just going to take it directly onto her face. Alright, 6 damage. Ouch. She's got a decent amount of health. She has 17 health. So... And we still have 2 heal tokens on deck as well, so... Hey, where'd the other heal token go? He had...
You put it down here.
Yeah, but there should technically... Oh, you're right. There shouldn't be 4, because I never had 4 out at once. Okay. Is Aloha doing anything else? Oh, and it also spawns water, but she's already in water, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Damn, what a good roll by the Loa.
Yeah,
good
that
roll.
was a good ouch.
Okay.
Animate.
The animate. So the animate does not have an opponent within SOI, which means he's going to move and attack an opponent within range 4. The nearest opponent is going to be Rook, which means he's just going to move to here.
Rook will dodge.
Before he gets a chance to attack, he's ended his movement on the special terrain, which means he must make an agility check, which for a combatant just means he rolls and see if he gets the skull or not. So, did he get the skull? No skull! So because he didn't get the skull, the terrain does not collapse. So now he gets to attack. So yes, you can do your dodge, and he's gonna attack you with his good combat dice. Oh, terrible roll though. He missed.
Okay.
Which means he doesn't get Chains of Perdition, which means he doesn't do anything else on his turn. Wow, so Animate completely neutralized. Did nothing. Sweet. So that means it's a new round. It means it's Zeke's turn. Zeke
Now, does Zeke have any way to force me or to allow me to move a square?
He does not, no.
Okay.
He will spend a heal token to raise Remy back down to 1 damage, or lower her back down to 1 damage. He doesn't have any way to let you move, no. So 1, 2, 4. I guess he'll move up 1 so he can shoot the Animate. What else is going to happen here? Oh, the Animate's going to go next. I mean, well, the Aloha, then the Animate. So hold on. If Zeke moves up, then Zeke's going to become the Animate's target, which I don't really want. Can't really jump over these big pits, though, successfully. Does he have any way to tricky move back after he's moved up? Not really, because he doesn't have any free movement abilities. He, So if he moves up to attack, he's going to become the Animate's target. And can he really go after the Loa? Not really. He can't really get through all this water. So his options are either kind of do nothing or become the Animate's... I guess it's not the end of the world if he becomes the Animate's target, as long as he can... Well, he doesn't even have any dodges. Well, he could dodge with stamina. Okay. So...
Well, and if he does become his object, like, he's going to be doing some fairly dangerous movement. Or movement that has the opportunity to be dangerous.
True statement. True statement. Cessna 152, 172, and the Grand Caravan 2088, 208B. I'm not really familiar with those planes, but they sound pretty fun to fly. Is this like the latest version of Microsoft Flight Simulator that you're working with there? I guess he'll just move up and shoot the crossbow and we'll see what happens, huh? We'll see what happens. So he moves up.
No, wait. Can you do that same thing but move 1 square down?
Yes, I can, actually.
Because I think at that point, then the Animate's going to try to get into flanking between you and I.
Yeah, possibly. If the Animate is going after him, yeah. You've got a good point. Okay, so he moves. He's going to shoot. He's going to save 1 stamina to dodge. He's not going to use it to empower. Okay, he can use the quiver to reroll the 3. Okay, that's a bear hit. He can exhaust the crossbow to ignore the armor. It's a hit of 10, which is a hit by 1, and he gets 1 per shield. So 1, 2, 3 damage is all, but it's still 3 damage going through. And he's got a chance to poison. Did not poison. He could... No, he's not going to do any of those things. He's going to just stop right there. and let it be the lowest turn.
Okay. The low, I believe, is just going to go ahead and continue ranged attack. Yeah, it still doesn't have to move.
I think the Loa can attack Zeke now. But who does the Loa want to attack? The opponent with the lowest armor value. Who would that be? Zeke has no armor. No, he has 2 armor. So its lowest armor value is Remy again.
Okay.
I forgot, Zeke's wearing a cuirass.
So what will hopefully not be a repeat. 8 with 2 books is 10.
10 against Remy is a hit, just barely, because she can't dodge. A hit of 0.
It's a hit of 0, though, yeah.
So yeah, that does nothing.
Okay, then that is it for the Water Loa. Animate.
Alright, so the Animate has got the heal 2 damage. Opponent within SOI. Yes, Rook is within SOI. So...
Zeke is as well, isn't he?
And Zeke is also within SOI. So it wants to prioritize the opponent with the lowest conviction value. Zeke has white, purple. Okay, so then it goes to initiative, which means it's Zeke. So it's going to cast darkness on Zeke. So it's casting darkness. Spell 6, casting die is white. So it's got a force 10. Zeke's conviction failed. So he's going to take the darkness.
We've got a darkness token here.
Thank you. And then he's going to make a ranged attack against the opponent with darkness. Zeke now cannot dodge because he has darkness. I didn't think of that. Of course he can't dodge. So we're attacking Zeke. Oh no. Alright, well that's gonna hurt. So that's 12. Zeke's defense is 9, so that's a hit of 3. 3, 4, 5 damage coming into Zeke. Zeke does have 2 points of armor. So he'll just take 3. And then, after the animate does that, he's going to move towards the nearest opponent. So, you know what? Zeke's actually, he's feeling like he wants to use the cuirass for that. So he's going to take no damage. So he's hoping that he doesn't get attacked again this encounter. But now he's going to move towards the nearest opponent. So as soon as he leaves that square, he has to make his agility check. So, come on, skull. No skull. Okay, that's fine. But then as soon as he leaves the next square, he has to make another agility check. Come on, skull. No skull. But now, where is he trying to get to? He's trying to get... Oh, attack against the opponent with the... Move towards the nearest opponent. Okay, so first he wants to move up next to Zeke. So now he's going to provoke a break attack and also try to jump this pit, right?
Yeah.
Which means you can make a break attack with Rook. And he's also...
I will go ahead and exhaust the Warhammer to empower it.
Alright, he didn't fall in the pit, unfortunately.
And no. My attack of 5 is not going to do anything.
Alright, how much damage does Rook have? 2. So the great news is, because Zeke used his Cuirass to take no damage, the animate is now not going to attack him. Because his attack is now against the opponent with the most damage. So now he's going to switch targets to Rook.
Okay.
Who doesn't have darkness, and who could dodge.
And will dodge.
So the animate's attacking Rook now with Empower because he's got heavy cleave. Oh, he missed. He missed outright.
Yep.
So the animate's done. Okay, that wasn't bad. He actually technically didn't do any damage this round. Sweet. And he had 3 chances to fall to his death.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he dodged the bullet 3 times. Alright, now it's Rook's turn. And you've got him in a flank.
So we're going to go ahead and exhaust the Warhammer again to do an Empowered Courage Stifle. I don't imagine the flank gives me help with that.
It does not, no.
Okay. Not a great roll, but 12.
12 is pretty good. He's affected.
Okay, so he takes 8 magic damage.
Okay, he takes the 8.
And we're going to go ahead and then attack, just do a melee attack so we can take advantage of flanking.
Nice, got all the staminas. So you get a +2 to your roll.
So 10.
10 is a hit by 1.
So hit of 1, but 2 more damage. Or I'm sorry, 1 more damage, so 2, just 2 damage.
I think you get 2 damage for 2 shields on the Warhammer.
Oh yeah, that's right. I get that. So, a total of 3 damage.
Which unfortunately does not get through his armor.
Mm-hmm.
So he takes none. Sadly.
And then that's it for Rook. So Remy.
Okay. Oh, we got him right where we want him. Alright, well, Remy's probably going to go after the animate and leave the Loa alone for now, since the animate's a bigger threat. So she gets her 3. Oh, but if she's going to fly, she won't be able to attack. And she can't get there without flying. I guess technically... Oh, you can't jump out of... You have to be in a normal terrain square to jump. Like your starting square. So, like, you cannot jump out of water.
Okay.
So she can't, like, jump across that pit. Which means if she wants to attack anyone... Actually, she might not get to attack anyone, period. She's only got 3 stamina. And if she spends 2 to fly, then she won't be able to attack anyone. Does she have any... Don't really wanna... She does have throwing knives. Only problem with throwing knives on the animate is the armor does come off.
Yeah.
Throwing knife damage, which would suck. So maybe she'll just rush the Loa after all.
You could probably make pretty quick work of her.
Alright, so she's gonna spend 2 to fly, so she can fly for 7. I've been forgetting she has 7 movement. Have you been remembering that? Who do you have? You have somebody with 7 movement.
Nightingale has 7.
I keep forgetting that Remy has 7. I've been just flying 6 with her all this time. Makes up for the fact that I was cheating on her.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if we're at that balance for that mistake.
She's gonna fly all the way up to the edge here. She doesn't provoke a break attack since she was flying. Then when she ends her movement, or it's at the end of her turn, she gets moved by the current. So she's gonna fly up to there. She can't actually attack, but she'll go ahead and use throwing knives to throw a purple die on this thing. Oh, 7. Nice. 7
Nice.
damage to the Loa.
Okay.
Throwing knives go back on the pile.
Did over half her health just with a consumable.
Yeah. And she's out of stamina, so she does nothing else. So then the current moves her 1, but she still stays adjacent, and the Loa's kind of trapped there now. Can't really go anywhere. And it's Nightingale's turn.
Okay, well, I think what we are going to do is our usual spell combo here. See if we can't get this thing wilted.
Bolt it up.
I'm going to go ahead and regain 3 stamina points, spend 2 to make the attack, 1 to empower it.
Sounds good.
Okay, so it's 12. And I will go ahead and spend another stamina to add a white dice of magic damage.
Perfect. It does not resist. It only got an 11. Oh!
Okay, so
It's dead.
that's a lot.
That's like 13 magic damage plus willed. It's dead. Good job. You can draw a loot card.
$6 gold. Have you been adding the gold to your tracker as you go?
I've been adding it to this thing, yeah, so you can go ahead and add the 6 there. Okay, good job.
Still hasn't moved.
I love that magic staff, dude. That's such a great property.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean,
And
there's some really nice stuff you can do with, like, dual wands and shit, too, but that staff is so good. Maybe Nightingale's the one that should go after that other loot. Because
I was just thinking if she stays there with Rook to set her up, she can clear both of those squares without rolling, I think.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. She has such good agility. She'd be good for jumping over the squares to get to the loot.
So we'll just move her there, and then that's everything she'll do this round.
Okay, that was a good turn. New round. The water Loa comes out of the tracker.
What? Why?
Oh, I'm
Oh, you
stupid.
mean the animate?
I meant the animate. Yeah, my bad. It's Rook's turn.
All right, he's going to move up here to help with the jump. So, gain 3 stamina, spend 1 to move. And that's it for Rook.
Nightingale.
The Nightingale will make the jump. What's it, 12 to get over 2 squares?
Yeah, it's 12.
Okay, so she's working with a plus 11.
Yeah, don't even have to roll.
Okay.
So just 1 stamina to get over there and 1 to pick up the loot.
Yep.
So what do we have? We have green loot. Green loot. You find a pile of treasure. Gain 10 gold and a random consumable. I'll add the gold. You can draw a consumable.
Okay, HP potion.
Nice.
So that's it for Nightingale. Zeke.
Zeke. He's going to unexhaust some stuff. He's going to gain some stamina. He's still got darkness, but that's not a big deal. We'll just leave it on him. The darkness will go away when the encounter ends, so we don't have to worry about using a balm or anything.
Okay.
Because I don't think he's going to be in any more peril. He's going to jump across 3 squares of pit. Lol, let's just see what happens. No, he's not going to do that, actually.
Good call.
He's just going to kind of slowly start moving that way, I think. So, he moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If he moves 12, that's his full movement. Bert moves him back 1, and he's done. Not an exciting turn, but... Waterloo's turn. Now has 1 person adjacent. Oh, does she have an effect? She does not have an effect. No figures within SOI have an effect.
Yeah. Okay. Is there more than 1 opponent adjacent? No. Is there an opponent with an SOI? Yes.
So that's her cruise step, so she's going to cast.
Yeah. So she's going to cast a spell 6, prioritizing the opponent with the lowest conviction value. There's only 1 right now.
Remy's conviction sucks. It's 2 purple. No, she doesn't roll all those dice.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Oh, wait a minute now. Oh, I got a 12.
Okay, so a 12, it's a spell is 11, so that's a miss.
Yay! Imagine beating a conviction check on 2 purple dice. Those are the worst dice.
And it is now Remy's turn.
Awesome. Okay, so Remy is gonna try to put the smack down a little bit here. She gets 3. She's going to... Can't dodge or anything. She can't use symbols. So all we can do is hope for a good roll here. But she can attack twice. Oh, because she's got 4 stamina and she doesn't have to move. That's great. She can attack twice. And she can re-roll with Hammerhelm. She'll exhaust Hammerhelm to re-roll the 3. Oh, she made it worse. Okay. Well, that's a miss.
That is a miss.
And then she attacks again. Oh, come on. She got nothing. She got nothing.
Swing and a miss.
2 swings and 2 misses. And then the current carries her here. Oh, shit. I think that provokes break attacks, actually. So, I think she provokes a break attack from the Waterloa. Against the Waterloa's, also
You are perfectly safe.
You're perfectly safe. Okay. Okay. So, that was Remy. New round. Oh, the Loa goes last. Awesome. So Zeke has 3 stamina coming in. Can he get into position to shoot is the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can get there. And he can shoot. Fortunately, he's going to have a penalty because of her being in the way a little bit. So he's going to shoot the crossbow. White. Purple. He can quiver to reroll the 3. Alright, so that's okay. It's 12 minus 1 is 11. Her defense.
Her defense is
9.
9. So that's a hit of 2.
Hit of 2. All symbols are ignored. She just takes 2.
All right.
And she has a chance of getting poisoned. So she rolls conviction against force 9.
She is poisoned.
Yay, poisoned. It's good. Good. And then the current moves him 1 away. And he's done.
All right, Rook's turn. I think he's going to stay where he is. Isn't there a chance he'll be able to assist on the jump back if it goes wrong? Or I don't really know those rules all that well.
Yeah, if she jumps to a space next to him and fails, he can roll perception to try to help her.
Okay, and he does not have great perception, but better than nothing. So he's just going to regain a stamina point. I don't think there's anything else he can really do. So, yep,
Okay.
That's it for Rook. Remy.
Alright, Remy's gonna try to get in here and do some damage. So first she has to move up closer. Then she's gonna attack. She'll use Hammer Helm to re-roll the 3. There we go. There we go. 13. To hit a 4 plus 1 from Hammer Helm is 5. No symbols. 5 damage. Dead.
Oh.
Loot card. Hey, we got item loot. Just to roll 2 white dice. Ooh, a 14. Item loot.
Weapon.
We get a random weapon. We got a thief dagger, which is a backstabbing weapon. Can also be thrown once per encounter, like a throwing knife. But it has to be equipped, so she'd have to take the re-equip action to use it. Still, though, could be worth it.
Oh, yeah. Once per encounter throw is nice.
So, yeah, that's actually a nice little thing to hold on to as a side weapon. And the low is gone. The low comes out of initiative. She already moved, so she can't move again.
You could just spend it. Do you have any stamina you can spend on your diagonal?
No, no stamina left. He gets moved here. Technically, we should play it all out because something could happen when we get the win condition, but nothing's going to happen, so I think we can just proceed. Because nothing else is going to occur other than us just spending our turns.
Well, she's got to make. She does have to make some agility checks. So I guess we could just.
Well, she doesn't have to. She can just stay where she is. Only one person has to land on the exit.
Okay, yeah.
So we can call this one.
Indeed.
All right. So we're victorious. So I don't think we restore adventures. Let me see. So we were victorious. Each party member gains 1 XP. So we're up to 4 XP apiece. And it says to proceed to Into the Gloom, page 36.
We came down here because we had heard mention of a thief, right?
Yeah, apparently the guards were saying some thief had slipped past them into the White Vaults and they were concerned about it, and Nightingale's like, let's go down there and see if we can catch the thief.
So we've gone down here and become the thieves. Like,
Yes.
all this loot we're finding is not ours.
That's true. This is not just like free, take what you want from the basement situation. We're in Uncle Yoon's basement and we're just taking what we want. Into the gloom, page 36. Straight into another encounter.
We'll have to save and take over from here next time.
Alright, so let's clear this. So we don't restore adventures, but we do reset. You know, we don't lose any damage, but exhausted things become unexhausted. We go back to 3 stamina. Darkness goes away. It keeps 1 heal token. So the next time we will be doing Into the Gloom. And we've collected... Oh, but before we go, let's take our 2 free consumables for the utility cores. So you can take whatever you want.
I think I probably will get the ubiquitous plank back.
Yeah, I think I'll take a plank also. Which again is something that somebody should grab off of him.
Yeah.
Because again, he's got a lot of consumables here. So, since she has one, it'd be good if, when we start the next encounter, if Rook grabs his plank.
Okay. Try and remember that.
Yeah, we'll probably forget, but, you know, whatever. Alright, let me save the game. Did you just click load? Oh, what happened?
No, I figured I can't delete these extraneous things that I have, so they've kind of all just been accumulating down here, but the clear function will get rid of them.
Oh, I see. Why is one of my heal tokens so much bigger than the other one? It's weird. It's like mega sized.
You can embiggen a heal, I guess. This is good times, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's fun. We're doing good. Let me save. And next time when we come back, we won't have to do any, all the character building, everything we had to do this time, a lot of reading. This time we'll be able to just dive immediately into an encounter as soon as we start, so.
Nice.